Bum, bum, ba-da-dum, bum, bum, ba-dum, bum. And we are live, presumably, in theory. One can wonder. Hi, everybody. Ray, good to see, glad to have you. I'm assuming everyone can hear me. Yeah, it seems like the volume's good. Let me know if I need to adjust my volume at all. Reminder, no spoilers. My spoilers would mean anything from Endwalker. Everything else is fair game up to this point, because we're in Shadowbringers now. So we assume you know how we got here. I hope everyone is ready to Gundam! Oh, Ray, now I just realized why you sent me that Gunpla stuff. I mean, you were also into Gunpla today. But how appropriate. I'm ready for anything. Raven, good to see, glad to have you. Quite by coincidence, my Gundam aerial kit arrived this morning. Ray, if I was to get one Gundam, what should I get? I feel like the one I would get is Zaku. What is it called? What is he called? The Gundam Zaku. Is that what is it? Yeah, Zaku. I feel like there's something just so classic about those guys. Kiko, good to see, glad to have you. This hand of mine glows with something justice. Screw it, shining finger. Yeah, I feel like I would probably get something from G Gundam because for some reason I have a fondness for it. I need to lick the like button. Yeah, don't forget to lick it, Raven. Infinite, good to see, glad to have you on the Sorrowful stream. Yes, there will be sorrow today, and it will be in Werlyt. Look at all you lovely folks. I was not expecting so many of you guys to be here. That is crazy. Warning, do not lick the like button. This will only cause unpleasantness. Tasty like button. Damn, good to see, glad to have you. Look, I'm already having an unpleasant day. How can it get worse? I gotta look. To be honest, I don't want to be anyone's real mom. That's Ray. That surprises no one. My favorite side story, trial series. Really, Black Flame. Good to see you, glad to have you. I'm going to be very interested to go back through Sorrows of Werlyt, because I remember liking it, but not loving it, I think, as much as other people do. But I'll compare it, having now gone back through all the other trial series. I think I'm very interested to talk about it. I'm more of a weird aunt. Ray, you got weird aunt energy. And I've got weird uncle energy. I feel like this is why we work well together. If I could figure out strike through, like, Discord, I could have made it mod decrypt. V, good to see, glad to have ya. Hi. Danielle, good to see, glad to have ya. For Mecha Madness. Artemis, good to see, glad to have ya. Light, good to see, glad to have ya. Cathra, good to see, glad to have ya. Also, I love that you can see the glowy horns from the Summoner Glam just to the side. Yeah, slides in. Lady, good to see, glad to have ya. I brought a gun to a Gundam fight. Yukio, good to see, glad to have you. Not A3, good to see, glad to have you. Sorrow of Werlyt, let's go. I'm not a Gundam fan, I'm a lesbian fan. Surprising no one. Let's go ahead, and I will finish up catching up with you guys, but we're going to go ahead and finish up the Heavensward Paladin today. So we'll definitely get on that. Let me turn off some things to make sure. Cool. Freak out. Light! Good to go to have you. Well, we do show up. Indeed. So you're watching The Witch from Mercury? What? Oh, is that a Gundam thing? Musico! Good to see, glad to have ya! I've only heard about it. Gundam Utena. Deathberry! Good to see, glad to have ya. Also, the latest one apparently is very much lesbian Gundams too. That was not what I was expecting, but yeah. I need to. Yes! I saw your message late. I just didn't have a chance to get back to you. How's everyone doing? How's everyone doing today? Is everyone doing okay? And then also beyond that, friendly reminder that we were currently working on like a musical sheet where we go through and we're figuring out what every song is and also what its musical theme is. And if you want to join us for those streams, those are probably going to be on maybe Friday for the next little bit, because that was really fun. I don't know if any of you guys caught that. Terrible news, Elio. 100 eyes have been gravely wounded. There were wolves, and he fought them off as best he could, but by the time the sentries came to his aid, I went to see him earlier, but he turned away and bid me fetch you. For the life of me, I cannot imagine why. I feel like I'm having some frame tear issues. What's going on? Hey, look at me actually looking like a paladin. Wait, is that? No, that isn't. Yeah, no, okay. Yeah, I don't know why. It's weird. I will do what I can to ease his suffering. Wolves. Swiven wolves. Reckon I earned it. So, time to settle one last account. Go to Solskjaer's grave. Dig it up. Take what you find and give it to the boy. Won't make up for what I did to my sworn brothers, but perhaps it'll go ways towards redressing the balance. Of course, what we've done to the boy ain't hardly defensible, no matter what he says. Yeah! Solxakil's plan seems needlessly convoluted. I think my statute of limitations when it comes to Garlean war crimes is weird. I was not surprised to the weapons series. I mean, like, the statute of limitations on it is really less about the laws and more about, like, the whole truth and reconciliation. And Werlyt... Okay, so... Well, I'll wait till we get to Werlyt to talk more about that, but what I would remind people is that Werlyt and Bosnia are setups to 6.0 in very important ways. One's the Eastern and one's the Western Front, and their stories deal with parts of that history. They're not by any means the full, like, reconciliation of any of that, but, like, Gaius reconciling with his past is basically what Werlyt's about in general. Several fulms beneath the cold, hard earth, you find not a coffin, but a small chest containing a galleon surcoat. What have you done? God, Eorzean look good in armor. But how can this be? Why would 100 Eyes lie to us? That bastard! I will have answers from him. From them both. Come, we're going back to Falcon's Nest. Yeah, no worries, Tam. I'm in pain. It could be better. Oh, this time it wasn't my cats who caused my agony. I'm sorry, Raven. Been okay. Unfortunately, doing the con crunch with the cosplay today, so a little stress. How are you doing, Elio? Deathberry, I've been there. What you working on? And what's the sewing? What are you sewing up? I'm doing okay. I've been up and down, struggling a little bit. I don't know, man. Honestly, in some ways, the past couple months have just been all up and down. But I'm doing okay, and seriously, it's a lot of fun to be able to, like, you know, hang out, play with you guys, and go through the story again. So I definitely know my mood elevates as we go through. Reminder for myself later, raise the topic of quest accepted complete jingles on musical stream. Ooh, Infinite, that's a really good one. Pretty much it's always the main theme, right? Bum, 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 bum. Tales of loss and fire and faith. Yeah, so it is for Endwalker. We're too late. Jenlins and I had grown worried that it had come to this. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. There was nothing more to be done. Gods damn it all. We must have words, Constant. I will go to Landsgate. Look for me there. Decoy, good to see, glad to have you. What was it all for? So after the next Moogle Tome event, I will have 4 of the 7 doggos. Hell yeah. Lady, also, if you want the rest, I mean, we do mount farm events. We can do the Stormblood stuff, too, not just Endwalker. Or, not just Endwalker and, Shadowbringers. But speaking of, when Moogle Tomestone comes events, we'll definitely have a couple, at least 2 weeks, where we'll do, Moogle Tomestone farming. That would also be a good time to do blue farming, because a lot of people will do blue cheese in order to get Tomestones. I'm all melancholy. I heard a snip of it, music from GameCube Animal Crossing, and I know I can't play it because my GameCube's all dead now. Oh, Catherine, that's the worst. I have an extra GameCube. I'd offer to ship it to you, but I feel like it would be more expensive than just getting a new one at that point. The music, I listen to the music of Animal Crossing, the one on the GameCube, and Dobutsu no Mori, like the N64 one, sometimes when I'm working. Never done the weapon series before, so it'll be nice to see the questline now. Be ready for some emotions, Raven. You implying there are clothed Elzens that don't look good. That's true, Infinite. Yeah, exactly, Tam, yeah. If the stars are good, I can get my new laptop by May. Hell yeah, Yukio. Since this is YouTube, we're contractually obligated to say like, share, and subscribe. Although, presumably, you've already subscribed if you're chatting at this point, so. More importantly, though, if you want to get access to emotes, you can join us for $1. You can get Archon and get access to all sorts of fun emotes. Like the good boy, the Deadpool emote. And the more of you that get Archon, the more emotes we have access to. Stars? But this is the Paladin quest, not ass. Fair. Doing pretty well today. Hope everyone's having an okay Monday. Good, Misugo. Good. Sorry, it's been a rough couple months. Hopefully the next few are much better. You know, Deathberry, I have a suspicion that, well, look, on the one hand, when things are lively, it definitely makes me feel, it definitely gives me a lot of enjoyment. And, like, you know, even like right now, you guys are lively, and it's, so one of the things is that things might be a little bit more lively in doing content and doing streams and stuff together, as we get into the run up to 7.0. So I suspect the next few months will be good. We also have games like Final Fantasy 16, Jedi Fallen Order, or not Fallen Order. What's the new one? Jedi. I'm forgetting his name, but the new Jedi game. You have Final Fantasy. Tears of the Kingdom. There's a lot of good stuff coming out. In terms of like fun to do that's outside of streaming for work. But then there's also a lot of Final Fantasy stuff that's exciting. So I think it's gonna be okay. GameCube has such a good console with so many good games that it sells so poorly. Yeah, very true, Daniel. My friend gifted me Hades for Switch and I could not put it down till now. It's a great game, so that's understandable. It's a good way to get my lower level jobs. Also, my aura will look amazing after revealing Kamui. Yeah. So we're gonna use Stolen, currently working on my mock-up of her just before I use the good fabric. Oh, dude, Deathbear, have you been posting those in the cosplay? I may have not. I haven't checked out the cosplay recently section for the Discord. You definitely should though. I just put out the I just put out the Mount Farm event for this week on Wednesday. Be sure to sign up if you're interested. Thank you, V. My aura's not even in Heaven's Word yet. Oh my god, you guys going crazy. GameCube. Imagine how fun it would be if they included survival shirt with a long fall roll and Moogle Troph. Lady, thank you for the 2 months. Raven, thank you for the 5 months. Wow. It's Tam, thank you for the 7 months. Every time I get killed by the final boss of Haze, it keeps saying, damn you, Emmett. Do a super chat. I'll do a super chat. It's the voice, because the next step will happy. I'll make sure to get the boy a little bit later. Jedi Survivor, thank you guys. Yeah. 16, I'm very excited. I went from, like, very excited 16 to lately I've been really pumped for 16. Not yet, but as I make progress today, I shall post. Awesome, Death. I'd love to check it out. Did you have a friend do the staff? I feel like, did we talk about that? I can't remember. My comrade wishes to explain himself. Why the lies, Soxagil? Was this all just some game to you? I had my reasons, as you will soon learn. That's a rather odd way of apologizing, Soxagil. I suggest you try again. I'm sorry for deceiving you, Constant. Faking your death, constructing an elaborate scenario for me to find your armor. To be honest, I'm as astonished as I am offended. How could you possibly orchestrate everything so perfectly? It doesn't matter how I did it. What matters is why I did it. Both are relatively important. Oathkeeper is but a sword, Constant. True oaths are not forged in steel. They are sworn in the heart. To merely reclaim the sword will not suffice. It must be won by a worthy paladin. Only then will it and our order be restored to its former glory. I don't understand. Why not simply teach me the ways as you said you would? A sultan may move a man, a master may instruct his pupil, but only when the pupil moves himself can he become a paladin. That said, I did not account for Elio's intervention. Master Papashan, as we discussed. Very well. Dude, I'm prone to like this stuff in general, and even I'm kind of like, this is needlessly complex. I feel like a story just of like Soxagil teaching the next generation straight up would have been better. I actually do like this element of the Soul Crystal. I think it's an interesting concept. Although it never really goes anywhere. At least not that I remember. Oh! Huh? Uh-oh, we both got Alpha Soul Crystals. Which one's the true Sigma Soul Crystal? Find out next time on Paladin Ball Z. The souls we paladins wield are embodiments of our will. In keeping to our oaths, they grow stronger, more dominant. In the presence of particularly pure soul, others may be compelled to yield. But when two souls cannot reconcile, when one cannot establish dominance, it can spell disaster. That seems awfully inconvenient. Oh, you have no idea. As the discordance between two souls grows, the aether builds and the souls grow unstable. Aye, their souls look as though they were fit to burst with aether. Wait, you don't mean to say that their souls will be destroyed, do you? By the Fury, how do we stop it? You fight. Your souls demand it. You two cannot coexist as you are. One must rise above. That is the stupidest thing I've ever heard. We are paladins, defenders of the weak and needy. What madness is this that we must face each other in battle? But if there is truly no other way, I will not renounce my oaths. I will become the paladin I was destined to be, and if that means that we must fight, then so be it. Like, honestly, the thing is, I kind of, as much as the lampshade's kind of funny, I wish they didn't and just committed to it as, like, being meaningful. Because it's like, even they're not confident, even the writers aren't confident in this. Krista, good to see you, glad to have you. Yeah, realist FF character constant, yeah. Okay, you just got Cortana? Okay. Come, brother! Eorzean the Eorzean, paladin, paladin. There can only be one, Elio. Face me. Oh, of course. I knew it wouldn't be so easy. No, I will not yield. A paladin must be without fear in the face of... Dude, if his souls beat Papashan, how weak is Papashan? Baldur's Gate is also August. Damn, that's gonna be a lot. Am I truly so weak? No, Constant. Nothing could be further from the truth. You fought with honor and purpose. Do not be ashamed. Soxagil. Impressive. Truly impressive. Intrigue and deception that would put Lord Lolorito to shame. Tell them the truth, Soxagil. The whole truth. Figured it out, have you? Do you still have the soul I left for you at the 100 Throws? What? Oh, yes, here. This soul once belonged to the first captain of the Sultan Sworn, the first paladin who wielded Oathkeeper. Once it shone with resplendent light, as did Oathkeeper, but now both have lost their luster. I have the sword, and everything I have done, that I have made you all do, has been for the sole purpose of making it shine once more. Of course, it's so simple. Wait, no, it's not. It's needlessly complicated. What of your soul? What of your soul? The one you gave to Elio when first you met. I yet have it, Soxagil. Take it and restore Oathkeeper's light with your own. Once a man has left the Sultan Sworn, he cannot return. My soul will no longer suffice. All I can do is show another the way, and ask that he do the same for his brothers and sisters. But he does not yet stand above all others. Not until he has bested me. Draw your sword, Elio. The time has come. Yep, this seems neatly complicated. I got a PS5 specifically for 16. I didn't get mine specifically for 16, but kind of specifically for 16, not A3. Come, Paladin, show me the metal in your heart. Yes, fight and struggle. Hold nothing back. Good, good, but it will not be enough. Stab him in the butt. Stab him faster in the butt. When do I get this ability as a paladin? Have you the strength to overcome this? Not yet, Elio. We are not yet finished. Performance worthy of the Warrior of Light. Yes! Yes! Okay, Souls of Gil.
At long last, a paladin who can make it shine again. Behold, Oathkeeper, bestowed upon the first captain of the Sultan's Sworn, stolen under my watch by the minions of the Monetarists. For years I sought to reclaim it, to redeem myself for my failure. A paladin swears allegiance to the Sultanate. A paladin shall be the sword and shield of the Sultanate. A paladin defends the people of the realm. 30 years I aspired to those ideals. 30 years I tried to live up to the examples set by our founder, so revered that his very soul crystal would be set in Oathkeeper's pommel.
Question. I see no soul crystal in the pommel.
For those legendary captains of Eld, the sword would shimmer with such brilliance that night would be as day. For the 30 years I wore it, it shined for me but once. That was before it was taken from me, before I forswore my oaths so that I could claim it. Elio, through all your trials and tribulations, you have remained true to yourself and to Eorzean. You continue to be an inspiration to us all. Come, take up Oathkeeper, raise it aloft, and let it shine forth as a beacon unto all.
Am I crazy? You know what, give me a second. Yeah. That's a pretty glow, and I really wish we could get that sword as a glam. Actually, can you? Maybe you can. Dude, Sluxagil looks stoned out of his mind. His eyes just got that red look.
You were always my first choice, Elio. Constant was incentive, motivation, though in the end he proved himself to be so much more.
That's kind of fucked up.
You're a right bastard, you know that? Doing all this just to make a bloody sword shine. Praise Alone that I found a proper mentor in Elio. Well, I may not be the chosen one, but I'm still a free paladin. That is the path I have chosen for myself, and on it I will stay.
Well said. It would not do for you to be so easily discouraged.
Gentlemen, I leave matters here in your capable hands.
You've done it again, Elio. Oathkeeper may not shine for me as it did for you, but perhaps in time it will. But even should it not, I will not lose heart, for Paladin's virtue is not in the radiance of his blade, but in the righteousness of his actions. By what we decide to do every day, we will be good men, or not. Sluxagil, Oathkeeper is returned to the Sultan's Sworn. Will you not return to us as well? As a friend and ally, perhaps, but not as a brother. Some bonds once broken cannot be mended. Thank you, Elio, for all you have done. Huh, how strange that we must turn to a free paladin rather than one of our own to show us the way. Yet I suppose it is not the first time, is it?
I have no memory of them ever touching on that again, do they?
So that's it then. You're leaving.
Uldar beckons, and besides, I've nothing left to teach you.
Then I wish you well on your journey and pray that you find happiness there.
I'm coming back, you know. There's an awful lot of work to be done in Falcon's Nest. And I did make a promise to 100 Eyes.
Oh, then I shall see you when you return. We should head back to Elliot. Okay, I'm gonna fly to a very specific point. Let me catch up on you guys. Better ingredients, better pizza, Papa John's. Thank you, Ray Ray. Nope, I will make the staff later at the time I don't have to do this round. Later time I don't have time to do. Okay, Deathberry, are you going to FanFest? I'm sorry, I forget who's always going. I kind of like want to make a bunch of the Scion weapons, so honestly I'd love an excuse. Yeah, I forgot to ask you for the advice I needed. May I ask? Yeah, go for it. Now that's kind of an okay topic. Yeah, go for it, Raven. I'm so looking forward to Tears of the Kingdom, the Pixel Remaster. Poor Andy is sick, so we're putting off playing their Pixel Remaster until next week. Yeah, at least the Pixel Remaster ain't going anywhere, you know? Now I want a pizza. Chai tea is awesome on a cold, windy, and rainy day. Speaking of which, it was 90 degrees Fahrenheit here to 20 degrees and snowing within 24 hours. It was like a literal Kurthus here. For those of you who use real numbers, F to C, it was in where I'm at. It went from 90 degrees, it was 32 degrees to to about like -8 C. Or like, yeah. It's crazy. But okay, friendly reminder, this is what a 1.0 aetheryte crystal looked like. And this is like when the Kurthan snows, like when the ethereal ley lines of Kurthus got messed up by Bahamut and everything went icy, it fucked up the crystals, the aetherites too. Highlander theme start. Pop Sean's an older guy, yeah. Bro's health fell like a baby down a flight of stairs. I'm going straight to hell for laughing at that. Imagine an Ugandan paladin order knowing the way. That would be a hella cool paladin ability. Yeah, those with the shields earlier. 14, so Rat warped my perception that when they showed Zentetsuken move in 16, I first thought was Odin, cool, but damn, those PvP Sams. It's funny because I also thought about the 14 emote with the Odin slash, yeah. Self-cocking for someone with a silver of health, yeah. Breaking boundaries. This is why we went back to Gladiator for Stormblood Paladin quest, right? Kind of. Pretty sword. I can imagine that any of Jobstones they'd be most likely to cause indigestion. Yeah. Soul Crystal is in the pommel. It is? But there was no, but it was just steel in the pommel. You have to crack it open like a Kinder Egg. Oh, okay. Yep. You see no stone because Raven ate it. All right, AC, good to glad to have you. Why do people let a sword decide their membership? It's not membership. It's the like rank. It's more like, and it's not even just like who's the leader. It's just who is the most like worthy of the paladins to be like the most paladin of paladins. Fun fact, it does not in fact scale with your model. If you're a small potato, at least it was. Oh my god, that's amazing, Infinite. To get a Raven box of raw gemstones, yeah. Glad the kid doesn't have the main character syndrome. This is why we never see you guys again, and 67 job quests are basically just gladiator quests. Yeah, and the 70 to 80. The capstone is too. Honestly, I think I blocked the ABO-based chain out of my memory. Stagnation occurs in long-standing order, so it's often good to introduce the new to shake things up and have them evolve or grow. Not a bad philosophy to have when necessary. Alpha, Beta, Omega, if you don't know, look it up. You're better off not. Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry, Deathberry. Same, in the 90 to freezing and snow here too, Elio. Also, hi, folks. Meowza! Good to see, glad to have you. Raven, did you ask your... Yeah, okay, my advice needed. Lately on Swift, I've been losing aggro sometimes on packs of enemies. I think I'm doing the AoEs in the right order. Could it be because Swift is low level still? It could be because you're under geared. It could be... So, like, one of the things you can do is you're losing aggro. You can, you can lob a, shield lob, which will... Your range attack has a high amount of enmity. But if you're losing aggro while you have tank stance on... It's probably because you're under geared by a severe amount. So I would look into that first and foremost. Because as long as you're AoEing everything and hitting everything, then it should be. The other thing I would check is make sure you're actually hitting them.
I'm still not quite sure what it was all for, but it seems to have ended well enough. I suppose you ought to get back to your grand adventures, and meet my paladining, or whatever it's called. Right then, it's been a pleasure, Elio.
Oh, but I warn you, the next time we cross blades, I mean to win. Fare thee well.
Hey, Rover. Yeah, I would definitely say number one thing is check your gear. In general, this is arguable. In general, you never want to be more than 2 levels under whatever your appropriate gear is. So, like, for instance, if you're in a 37 dungeon and your character's 37, but all your gear is 30, that's too low. You never really want to be more than, like, 2. You can be fine with, like, 3 or 4, but, like 2 is usually the limit. And in general, you want to be matched. Okay. Let us get on to our Werlyt. So let us get Werlyt started. If I'm not mistaken, it should be in Girabanya. Wait, are you dropping aggro while standing still, or are you just when you're moving? Yeah. Alara could also probably help, or I'm actually sure plenty of other people in the chat may know. Oh, it's Scarlet! Good to glad to have you, because it's a perk of living in the Gulf Coast and doesn't get cold until fall. Yeah. Well, it's just that it's still winter here at times, and we don't get real not winter until, like, May. Again, last week, almost done with getting all the relics for everyone before starting the next step. Just need one more piece. Nice! That's sweet AC. I can remember times when I was a kid that the weather had done that in May, and remember I'm pushing 70. Catherine, you and Tracy fascinate me. Like your life experiences, and also that you hang out with us. And also, like, okay, so the GameCube came out so you would have been, like, in your 50s when the GameCube came out. That must also been a very interesting experience, too. I feel like I've definitely asked this before, but did you like play much of, like, the Pong consoles or anything like in the 70s? Where do you... Here, let me figure out which one of these guys actually has it. Where to start Werlyt. I almost typed in Bosnia. Ruby Doomsday is picked up from 3631. Oh no, so is that... Oh yeah, it's over there. Okay, cool. It's pretty easy to drop aggro when you're doing pulls because ranged people like dancers or whatever will be doing attacks all the way. Yeah. You're standing still when you lose them. Okay. Yeah, so that's probably what's going on. Oh, hey, there's a Ray. Yeah, because Alara, what Alara is saying is if you, like, run through a pack and you just AoE them once, you can lose aggro. But if you're losing it while you're standing still and while you're repeatedly doing your rotation, the only other possibility is if you're not using any of your OGCDs. But I would assume that the biggest thing would definitely be your gear. Also, if you'd like to join us for the trial, make sure you come to do the Resistance Officer and come do the trial Sorrows of Werlyt stuff. Could be that using Ironworks gear at level 57. Yeah, that would do it, Tam. We love gaming. Yeah, my bro passed the bar exam. Nice, Yu-Gi-Oh! Be aware, anyone wanting to join us today needs to have Werlyt unlocked. Yes. Considering the new stuff they released for Tears of the Kingdom, what would you say is the most appropriate job equivalents for Ganondorf? I see he has a katana. I don't know that I would say Sam. I don't know that in terms of 14, there's a good thing to correlate it to, right? Because Sam wouldn't be, because he's very much a magus, too. I think you could make a hardcore argument for Black Mage or for Samurai. Start with Space Invaders in the late 70s. Nice. Is Elio talking about ancient history? Playing a Pong console is like doing your taxes on a clay tablet. No, I never had any type of consoles until the 80s. I was in my 40s before I played my first video game. Yeah, you've told me that before, Catherine. That's so fascinating. But yeah, Raven, I think Tam's probably on the money. If you're at level 57 doing 57 dungeons and your armor is from 50, that's your problem. Reaper, Black Mage hybrid. I would say Samurai Black Mage hybrid. Because Reaper, I don't... Like, he doesn't have a stand or anything like that, you know? He has a katana. Now I want new quality of life. If you can't cast Provoke on another tank, or maybe even just another player, you pull all of their current aggros. Well, but that's... I mean, you just use Shirk. I mean, like, yes, you can't proactively use Shirk. The other tank has to use Shirk, but, like, that is kind of what Shirk does. But honestly, that's an interesting idea, Infinite. I wonder... I'm trying to think about what the problem with that is.
Ah, Elio, glad you made it. As you may have heard, Commander Aldine has given orders to embark from Alliance headquarters to hold back the advance of the Empire's latest menace. Not that the soldiers stationed there are too chuffed about it, being on the front line against these new weapons. Ray, did you write this? No one says chuffed but the British. If the design slay primals, they make short work of us mere mortals as well. Mind you, it's Gaius Balesar and his followers who've led the charge so far. By all accounts, they've been giving it as good as they get. Unfortunately, their sorties have met with little success. I dare say they benefit greatly from their presence on the battlefield. If you're ready, my colleague over at Porta Praetoria will show you the way.
I think I'm lazy and only upgrading my gear every 10 levels. V! Okay, but like if you're a healer, you can kind of get away from that, or even a DPS, but if you're a tank, it's a problem. Also, I can't tell if you're just messing with me or not. Dark Knight with the Odenkai, yeah. I mean, like, definitely some Dark Knight energy. I mean, it kind of reminds me of the way in which, like, Orin is Dark Knight plus Samurai in Final Fantasy, but then if you flipped it the other way. You know, whereas he's like the Samurai, but with a big greatsword. Gandorf's more like a Dark Knight, but with a katana. Consider Demise being that stand. Yeah, well, it could be, Scarlet, could be. Fate and tag stealing, maybe. Yeah, that was my first thought. But then I am also not usually running max level dungeons available, so there's that. Yeah. Well, I may have been spamming PvP lately, so that's why I'm level 57 in AR still. I need to just get Heaven's Word to be able to grab better gear. No, I mean you can go off the market board. Yeah, V's got you. No, that's a perfectly easy. That's an easy enough question to answer. Maybe cross between Dark Mai, Black Mage, and Sam. Yeah. He uses a trident pole arm historically. Yeah, fair enough.
On your way to headquarters, I take it.
I mean, in general, if you want Gandorf, he's a heavy, you know? A heavy with elegance and style. Alara, I will say I have never had those issues, so I would wonder.
So your mind is set. Then I shall appraise you of the situation. We have discovered that the previously abandoned Ultima Weapon project is being helmed by the reformed 7th Legion. They have already succeeded in producing several prototypes, one of which is set to be deployed on Eorzean's front. Its name, the Ruby Weapon. Severa and I were able to get within striking distance during one of its test runs and made an attempt to destroy it.
You'll notice she has a Garlean black mark, but it's a black. It's like black, which is weird. We know she's half Garlean, half pure, so she's like one of the few like rare exceptions. We don't know what's exactly up with her and her like Garlean mark being weird, or her Garlean eye being weird. Other than that, she's a half breed. Usually they don't even get marks, so it's not clear if she's weird.
In an attempt to end in failure, alas, based on our knowledge of the original Ultima Weapon, the explosives we employed should have been sufficient to blast through its armor plating, but they barely left a mark. We suspect the gifts of its predecessor may have proven the source of its resilience.
As you well know, the Ultima Weapon was designed to absorb aether from the Icons, and the Ruby Weapon no doubt shares that ability. If any were summoned during the uprising in Garlemald's occupied territories, and thereafter consumed, our enemy would become all the more formidable. But its near impenetrable armor was only the beginning of our troubles. It fought back with whip-like claws that can be extended and contracted at will. In the face of such opposition, we were forced to withdraw.
Gaius was injured shielding me from the Ruby Weapon's assault. Even now he struggles to stand. Damn it all! If I hadn't been so careless, this wouldn't have happened.
You need not concern yourself. Let's not forget that I am the one who initiated the Ultima Weapon project. If I must give my life to bury this shameful legacy, then so be it.
If you were to face it as you are now, you'd be cut down before you even hobbled within firing distance. In any case, we can't afford to lose the information in your head, on both the foe we face and the Empire itself. We all know that asking for Elio's assistance presents our best chance of stopping the War Machina.
'Tis true that if anyone were capable of putting down such monstrosity, it would be him. Though I have no right to ask this of you, will you lend us your strength?
This is kind of like rejecting him, but also is true. This is a little more Elio.
I'm not one to back down from a fight. You have my thanks.
And mine.
Though I must impress upon you the urgency of our situation. We have received word that the Empire is preparing to advance on the Gimlet Dark. This is where we will intercept them. If our fears are proven correct, the ruby weapon will be among their host. Should it break through our lines, there is no one telling the devastation will wreak. Make no mistake, the very survival of Eorzean hangs in the balance. Once you have steeled yourself a battle ahead, your escort will lead the way. And they say Duskwhites never get good representation. What price must the world pay for my hubris?
Other than Arnval, do we meet any other half-Garleans? There's at least one other example, but I'm forgetting who.
A short while earlier in the Garlean-occupied city of Werlyt's Magitech installation. There's at least one other. Fuck, who is it? Commencing ruby weapon activation sequence. All units stand by.
Oblivion, good to see you, glad to have you. Joseph, good to see you, glad to have you.
Initiating synthetic aurosite systems. Fusion successful. No signs of incompatibility. Awaiting your signal. Ruby weapon, codename Darnus. Ready for launch.
Oh, they warn you about the Nail Van Darnus stuff. Joseph, it's interesting you say that. I feel like I've definitely heard that from quite a few people. It's interesting to me because I feel like there are a lot of quests that affected me earlier on, and I feel like I wasn't as personally affected by it. For those of you who are really strongly moved by Werlyt, if you care to share a little bit, if it's any like particular aspects of the horror that affected you, or I would be curious to know. I'm hoping I might appreciate even a little more this time.
Hydaelyn has briefed me on our mission. I'm to take you as far as our expected point of contact with the ruby weapon. Once we arrive, the rest is up to you, I'm afraid.
V or Ray, have one of you guys been forming the party? I'm ready to go whenever you guys are. I might catch up on chat in the short term. Would you guys agree Nier was the better engineer considering his work on the ultimate weapon? No. I would say that I think history has borne out that, because the thing is, all Nier really did was able to reactivate the weapon, and his awareness of the weapon was rooted in having to go through a lot of Algan tech. I would say that, like, yeah, it's impressive, but Sid does just as impressive things and more. I got Boo Boo Kitty, I haven't played it, but my summoner is level 52, and with my level 50 armor, Tombstone, Accessories, weapon, AC, and 149. That's decent, right? Yeah. Yeah. Thanks, Ray Ray. Thanks, V. Because original Aurosite is so natural. Did I miss something, Infinite? Because it's synthetic Aurosite. Yes, fair point. I think that's probably because they're hearkening to kind of like the stuff like Nethicite, like in 12. I guess what constitutes the difference between synthetic, and natural Aurosite? Well, natural Aurosite does exist in some cases. Like white Aurosite is constructed, but sometimes Aurosite is natural. So synthetic Aurosite while you could maybe argue that white Aurosite still is synthetic, it would be. It also may be the difference between forming Aurosite via etheric methods versus forming Aurosite via like mechanical methods, like the with how the Garleans function. Okay, cool. I'm sad, Elliot. My left seems. Oh, I'm sorry, Yukio. Well, we still got 2 other fights you'll be able to join in for. Because I remember Arnval saying his mother took a knife to his forehead because there was a lump she thought would form into an eye. Could be misremembering. Nope, that is correct, lady. She did do that. But she was paranoid. There was nothing ever there. He specifically says there was nothing ever growing up. Like she was so ashamed of me and hated me. What I was. Maybe Garleans get it chemically. Yeah, it could be aetherochemical. Yeah. I'll withhold for spoilers' sake, but the idea of being a parent hit me when thinking about my parents. Yeah, that makes sense, Joseph. That totally makes sense, and thanks for being mindful. It's just interesting because I hear a lot of people deeply moved by sorrows, and so it's always fascinating to me. Oh, do we have one more person who wants to join us? I'll give it 60 seconds in chat. Yeah, Laura, if you want to join us, feel free. In the short term, there was something I wanted to talk about. Well, here, let's talk to guys real quick.
Not only are the ruby weapon's claws quick as lightning, they move with an uncanny degree of flexibility that can strike from where you least expect it.
I honestly don't remember what the normal version of this is even like. I played the EX version so much.
Though I will not be able to join the battle with the ruby weapon, I've been tasked with keeping an escape route back to Eorzean's front clear, should you need to make a hasty retreat.
Given all that we can come to expect from the Ascians, it wouldn't surprise me if they were behind the summoning of whatever primals the ruby weapon has absorbed. Also, it's interesting that the information and the data within the aura site is a synthetic digital thing, as opposed to an etheric thing, right? Quick like a bunny. Lara's not a Viera. I just loathe the main villain more than Yotsuyu and Xenos combined. Yeah, I mean, because Valens has nothing redeeming about him, right? That's part of it. Like, or no complications or no. He's just the fucking worst. So that's definitely part of it. As a parent and grandparent, Werlyt hit me hard. You know what? Maybe that's really part of why Werlyt has not hit me as hard. Maybe it's because I have a sometimes complicated relationship with my parents, and I'm not a parent. And maybe that's a big part of it. Okay, Lara, you're in, Lara. Thanks for that insight, guys. Gonna ready check. Okay, we should be good to go. Well, here, I'm assuming Alara is swapped off. That's fine. And Syndra. It always hurts me that Syndra is before Seed of Sacrifice, which makes sense because it was like, what, 5.1 or 5.2? Seed of Sacrifice is 5.3, but it's like, I wish it was like the story and then the weapons. Levi, good to see you, glad to have you. Your favorite trial series. It's a popular opinion, it seems. What meteor can I throw at Earth for you today? Yeah, Darnus GBT. Infinite. Were the elegance at making digital systems similar to synthetic foresight? Some things, I guess that's a fair point, AC, yeah. But the heart of Sabik seems to be different. Well, my family stuff hit me harder than it ever does. Okay, time for a banger. Yeah, you definitely showed Oblivion. I'm a mech fan. Okay, well, if you're a mecha fan, that totally makes sense. Mark III anti-icon weapon. War Machina. The ruby weapon. Enemy detected. Commencing attack. Beat the heart of Sabik. Yeah, that's the line. Beat the heart of Sabik. Beat the heart of Sabik. The heart of Sabik. The heart of Sabik. Behold the ruby weapon. It will be the last thing you ever see. Preparing combat data. Subject, Darnus. Oop, I was too early on that. Sorry, I wasn't ready for the tank buster. I'm too used to Paladin. Witness Ultima. Ray, you want to put the, deploying claws. You want to put up the, lyrical lore Ultima. Anti-icon weaponry, restraints removed. Ray, no! You won't even see them coming. Stand a little to the left of the butt crack. That's how you survive it. If you think about it like a Venn diagram where the butt crack is, you just go there and then a little bit to the left. Commencing high velocity assault. Ugh, such speed, but I am still in control. Spread. I really like Ruby Weapon Extreme. It's a good fight. And phase 1. Down. Who's ready for body horror? This can't be! The Ruby Weapon is unstoppable! I'm sorry, everyone. This is the end for me. Activating Oversoul. Increasing pilot override rate to 100%. Commencing force shutdown and system restart. Synthetic Oversoul. Switching to Oversoul mode. Loading data sample. Darkness combat data ready. Initiating organic core overwrite. What? What is this? No! Get out of my mind! Stop! No! I'm not Nail! I'm... I am Nail Van Darkness. Y'all should come to purify this forsaken land. You should remember this, her from Binding Coils. She's the one who caused Dalamud to fall in the first place during 1.0. The legacy of ancient Allag is mine to command! And if you pay attention, you can see the ruins of Limsa, Ul'dah, and then Gridania's around your side. Oh, and then there's Gridania over there. Gridania. Dalamud falling in the background. How can this be? Almighty Dalamud, am I not thy loyal servant? Red Moon of Destruction, I shall prove to thee my worth! Fall, fall, death to the undeserving!
purge these unthinking beasts.
Gotta destroy the comets. I'm surprised that's not a mechanic that's like a Limb Break 3 mechanic. Good job, guys. Yeah, even as Data Darnus is a nut. Yeah. Got some moves. Man, you get into the Ruby weapon real fast. There's not a lot of lead up into it. I guess that's probably because they had it in the MSQ. I guess there's a lot of interstitial stuff, so.
Even from afar, your figure was unmistakable, as ever, an impressive display. Though, as I am sure you will concur, the ultimate weapon pales in comparison to this new monstrosity. If the research is allowed to continue, the next model will be nigh unstoppable. With that in mind, the Alliance has enlisted the help of... Wait, I hear something. Here to sift through what remains of the ruby weapon, are you? Ali, what do you think you're doing? Ali. Father? It's been too long, Alphonse. And you too, Rex. Given that the Empire is proceeding with the weapons project and making inroads into Eorzea, suppose it was only a matter of time until our paths crossed. It's wonderful to see you again, Father, although I can't say I think much of the company you've been keeping.
I know a lot has happened, but I'm still glad you're all right. And now you can come back to Garlemald with us.
My days of serving the Empire are over.
Because you're suspected of assassinating Emperor Varys? But we know you never do anything like that. There must be a way to prove your innocence. Then everything can go back to the way it was.
Echo Vision!
So he found the two shivering on the roadside when he was going through Werlyt. Lucky for you, eh? If we hadn't, we'd probably be dead by now. As for the three of us, our parents are all dead in the epidemic. We'd still be begging on street corners if it weren't for him. I just wish there was a way we could repay Lord Gaius for all the kindness he's shown us. He fights for the Empire, so we should too. That'll make him proud of us. You're saying we should join the army? I don't think that's such a good idea. Everyone in Werlyt was scared of Garleans. Why would we want to be like them? Lord Gaius is different. I know he is. You're right. He always says that the strong should lead the weak. Maybe that's why he took us in. Alright, if becoming a soldier is what it takes, I'll do it. Who's with me? Count me in, and maybe one day I'll look up to us like we do Lord Gaius. Then it's settled. From now on, we're all brothers and sisters fighting for the same cause. Brothers and sisters? Then that would make Lord Gaius our father? Well, if he doesn't mind calling us that, then I suppose so. And that makes you our big brother, since you're the oldest. You better be nice to us or I'm telling Father. Father, since you went away, a lot has changed in the Empire. For us, too. If we had known you were still out there, still alive, none of this would have happened.
What do you mean?
The truth is...
If you must go, I will not stop you, but answer me this. Who is piloting the ruby weapon? We all know that Nael Van Darnus was not returned from the dead. Who do you think?
It was Milsandia.
No, I refuse to believe that. I refuse to believe you would let that happen. She was a sister to you all. To all of you. We only want to finish what you started. And while we will never forget all you have done for us, the next time we meet, it shall be as enemies. Goodbye, Father. This is his legacy. As for you, hero of Eorzea, you'll pay for what you did to Milsandia. I swear it.
Yeah, lady, for coils, you have to play in a very specific way. Even as Data Van Darnus is a nut, yeah. Basically it goes like this. Because Gaius lost Agrius and Mordona, they approved Nael Eula's plan to just drop Dalamud on Eorzean. Yeah. That's not wrong. There's a lot of implication that that was always Solus's plan based on a couple of things. But yeah, that's basically the gist of it. Maybe now that we'll be able to wear the wing accessory in combat, I'll finally be able to make a good get a Robo Warrior. It's her family that was the governor of Corvus, where Graha's family is right. Did they say it was Corvus? I thought it was Bosnia. I didn't think it was Corvos. But you might be right. Let's find out. The elder daughter of House Darnus, Eula was heir to the secrets of the family, secrets of her family, secrets of the fallen Elegant Empire. She dreamt of becoming a Chirurgeon as befitted the guardian lady of her breeding and following her beloved elder brother, Nael, into the army. The dream died when he returned home mortally wounded, on what Nael claimed to be an ill-conceived mission ordered by their father. Her mighty efforts were not enough to save him. Mad with grief, she assassinated her sire, making it appear as though he perished of some disease. She became the legatus in his stead, all the while posing as her brother. The first thing Nael did was execute her father's officers and guards, whereupon her transformation was complete. Thereafter, Nael was mercilessly securing victory no matter the cost in blood. Her enemies came to fear her as the White Raven, thus gathering much fame for her fallen brother. Indeed, the meteor project designed to lay waste to Eorzea also appeared to have been inspired by some twisted loyalty to the son of House Darnus. However, all of her machinations eventually came to an end as she was struck down at the age of 38. The gun halberd was cherished by Bran, and now the poor maiden impaled herself on the slave blade upon her return to death. Okay, it doesn't say anything in here. Do you happen to know? Do you happen to know where it said where that Corvos thing would have come from, lady? I do love the imagery of the ruby weapon crumbled out like a cocoon. Yeah, but instead of falling, it released Bahamut and everything. But in the fight, Dalamud does fall. Yeah. How do they get Nail's data, Darnus's data? They can record combat data. They talk about it both with Gaius from earlier. And I think they talk about it some with the Emerald weapon. We'll get there. The Norse family has major influence on Corvos or Locus Amenos, as they would refer to it as. But where is that information from? Yeah, I was pretty sure they explained it in the series. Yeah, the Angel. I wish I could have fought Nail and Darnus. It'd be great if they made 1.0 story playable somehow. They would have to make an ultimate or something because you don't want to go back and play the original 1.0 story. The original 1.0 story isn't told well. The gameplay, yeah. I really like the idea of having kids being involved in the fight just due to how young they are, but I also think that's supposed to be the point. I like the idea of these kids being involved in the fight just due to how young they are, but I also think that's, yeah, it is supposed to be the point. Evangelion to the core, kids are involved, yeah. Then Alphonse with an Alharic face. The engine limitation. I know a lot of the skeletal models assumes adult proportions. Yeah. You went from Holric to DMC Aura edition. Yeah. I feel that what happens in Star Wars is like a painful reflection of Gaius of his old ideology as part of it. I mean, that's... Yeah, that's literally one of the points. So the Darnus family had a connection to Bosnia because of the incident, yeah. Does Oversoul come from the same tech that let the scientist dude knock out the souls out in Alamigo? Great question. Not what's his name? Aulus and his experimentation. I don't think so, because there's no implication that the stuff that Aulus was studying was part of the Ultimate Revival project that I can think of. So I would say no. I think it probably all came out of the research that the 7th would have done after their fall. What a better person to commit a murder than looks like an... Yeah. Graham mentions it in Endwalker than talking about him and his family home. Boom. Thank you. Let's pull that up. Notepad++. Here, I'll also start moving to the next plate. Okay, I can talk to guys. Thank you for the reference to where it's at. Darnus. They already were built, but the first to try. By Sean. With the project back in motion, his devotion was rewarded with coming to some calamity. Give me one quick second. I'm gonna see if I can find this line. Darnus. Thanks to the generosity of our allies here in the Eorzean Alliance, its citizen soldiers, no one is certain why Dalamu responded with such destructive force, but all work on the Meteor project was halted. However, Neil set the wheels of the project. No, because that's Bodja. Killed prior to the calamity. Severa talking about Darnus. Sid talking about Darnus. Ah, here we go. For the past 50 years, yes, some semblance of local culture remains. Talking about Corvos, as is the case for most imperial provinces. But Garlemald renamed the region to Locus Amenos, Corvos. When I was a boy, a nearby town came under the jurisdiction of an illustrious imperial family, the nobles of House Darnus. House Darnus demonstrated a singular interest in Alcan civilization, and so my tribe was forced to consider a plan of action. For some time already, voices had been raised in favor of abandoning our ancient customs after all. The Allagan eye no longer passed to our eldest children as reliably as it once had. Fears of discovery eventually tipped the scales, and the decision was made to bury our ties to the knowledge and traditions of Allag. As the last child born with the Allagan eye, I was given over the custody of friends and the students of Baldesion who had me registered as a Charlian citizen, which also explains why Nail would be obsessed with Allagan tech because of, Corvos and like Allag and all that stuff. And that is that is not no, it is Endwalker, but it is hitting the book. So it's one of the first quests in Endwalker. It's very early on. Yeah, in Yoshi P's word, 1.0 was a nightmare. Discussion later in the MSQ of Endwalker. It's earlier on in it's actually not. It's a level 80 quest, so it's early on. I was gonna done by with Oversoul, feeling a lot like Hyper. Yeah, it's pretty rad. design-wise. Dumbine? Junebone? I love the Yule Darkness lore so much, yeah. How's Darkness as Darn does. For some reason, this is what crossed the line for me when kids start getting involved with cold rage towards the Empire and the rage doesn't subside. I guess, here's the thing. I understand we all have our lines. To me, the kids is just one more thing on top of the pile of their crimes. Like, that's not the straw that breaks my back for their cruelty of Garlemald. I don't think we do, AC. Yeah. It'd kind of be cool to basically get into Garlean Empire Ultimate. I feel like just like doing Shinryu would be a weird Ultimate, so combining something. I would say just alternate timeline, do alternate timeline Shinryu and Tsukuyomi team up. Boom, done. Yotsuyu doesn't actually, he ends up summoning Tsukuyomi when we get to Doma or something like that instead. That easy enough. I would rather just have a 1.0 Ultimate that is basically just the Battle of Cartonau Ultimate. I feel like that's what I would want. But, like, also for some reason, Nail survive. Like, and it starts with us fighting Nail over Kurthus, and then it goes into the Battle of Cartonau. Or something like that. Dreams Aloft. A Wings Aloft? Sid!
Well, well, Gaius Van Baelsar, we meet again. Come to see how your precious weapons project has been proceeding in your absence, have you? You are come to collect data on the ruby weapon, correct? The pilot, Milisandia, should still be inside the cockpit. We'll ask Valdenelun to escort you to the wreckage. Any idea who this Milisandia is? An imperial crony of his, perhaps? It's his daughter, or adopted at least. One of the orphans. Gaius always did have an eye for the talent and mind to nurture it. In fact, Livia with Junis was another of his protege. He even took me under his wing when my father became obsessed with the media project. It's strange that I felt closer to Gaius than my own flesh and blood.
Also, AC and Lady, good call out on the Corvos thing.
Then my father and countless others lost their lives in the Bosnia incident. Although he was acting under Emperor Solus's orders, he masterminded the whole thing. I begged him to reconsider, to put an end to this madness, but my words fell on deaf ears. That's when I turned to Gaius for support. But he was as much a pawn of the Emperor as my father, and refused to intervene. When my turn came to serve, I defected and fled to Eorzea. I blamed Gaius as much as any of them, perhaps even more for the barbaric acts carried out in the name of conquest. But when we met at the Praetorium, all that hatred had been festering inside me seemed to fade away, and I remembered the man I once respected. To think the dreaded Black Wolf was merely a plaything of the Ascians, who left him broken and disgraced, having sent thousands of his men to an early grave. It's more than most could bear, and now the lives of the children he raised hang in the balance. Any personal grievances I have with Gaius can wait. I'd best gather what information I can on the ruby weapon, but I'll be back as soon as possible.
Isa! Good to see you, glad to have you. And also, this what he's describing here is important because when we go do Bosnia, we're going to have to contend with that as well. And his Sid's Pass, and his father, and the Meteor Project. We'll probably be doing Bosnia next week, I think is my plan. I think that was the first mention of Corvos in 14 since it was a side story. It's not the first mention of Corvos. No, that's not the first mention of Corvos in 14. Corvos has had multiple mentions at different points. I know that for sure. The Corvos, you don't only get starting mentioned more in Shadowbringers and Endwalker, but Corvos has been a thing for a while. Corvos really feels a fitting place for House Darnus, if you remember what Darnus' animal nickname is. Yeah, the White Raven. Yeah, well, and also their obsession with Algan Tech. Good old Lucky Sid. Look how big Gaius is compared to Sid, good lord. I mean, Sid's a very normal-sized Huron. Gaius is a tall... I mean, it's not a tall Garlean, but he's a taller Garlean. Sid is pureblood, so he's short. Yeah, some purebloods are short, too. Like, some purebloods are just don't have L's in height, and some do. Do we know who wrote Werlyt? I don't offhand, but someone might. Here, let's see. Let's try looking up real quick. Sorrows of Werlyt writer. Natsuko was also in charge of scenario. I'm not finding anything off the bat, but that doesn't mean it's not there. Yuki, are you assuming it's Ishikawa because she was writing during the patches? A lot of times they have other writers do the side stories or trials or alliance raids, so I would actually be kind of surprised if it was Ishikawa, but maybe it was, because she was also doing like 5.3 and all that other stuff too.
If Sid is as I remember him, it will not take long for him to finish investigating the remains of the ruby weapon. He never was one to waste time.
Yeah, Werlyt feels a little different. Like, it's... The body horror and the emotions are very Ishikawa, but the style's a little different. Yeah, max Hydaelyn versus min Hydaelyn, exactly infinite.
My engineers are still in the field, but there's something I thought you should know right away. It's about the pilot. I'm not sure how to tell you this, but... If Melisandre is dead, I only hope she was not made to suffer. Death would have been a kindness. In all my years, I've never seen such a perversion of science and nature. Her body was fused with the ruby weapon's core. Those last moments must have been spent in pure agony as her very life's essence was drained from her. So she was sacrificed to the power of that infernal machine.
We must act quickly if we are to prevent the Empire from committing further atrocities. Elio, is there any other information you can share with us regarding the ruby weapon prior to its deactivation? Well, it summoned Nail. I saw memories of some kids. I don't know. Is any of this useful?
Nail Van Darnus. Did the legatus mean that much to Melisandre?
From what I gather, it sounds as if data based on Nail's combat capabilities was used to override the pilot's consciousness after she was fused with the core. If this technology is perfected and the Empire begins implanting the memories of renowned warriors such as the White Raven to its soldiers, the Alliance won't stand a chance.
Is such a thing even possible?
See, okay, they explain it here. Also, if you do Bosnia, this idea comes back up also. But yeah, similar method was if transference was used in the prototype. Estinian was fought. If you remember, who was it? It wasn't Gaius. What enemy was it that they used in the 5.x? Or in like the 5. I can't remember which one it was. To be fair, that's more or less how soul crystals work in general.
Yes, it seems that such crystals are in common use throughout Eorzea, an ancient but effective means of passing on knowledge from one generation to the next.
While it may bear some similarities, we won't know for certain until we've analyzed the wreckage of the ruby weapon. Was it just Ultima, Tracy? Because, like, it was based off of the Ultima weapon. I forget, was the combat data, though, Ultima? Arch Ultima, random Garlean scrub. Yeah, okay, it was. Thanks, guys.
It cannot be denied that combining combat data from an experienced soldier with the powers of an icon has yielded remarkable results, but in doing so the Empire has sunk to the very depths of depravity. This is beyond forgiveness.
For once, I agree with you. Yet one question remains unanswered. How were they able to obtain a data of someone who was supposedly killed prior to the calamity?
That's what I've been trying to determine. There is one possibility I'd like to explore, but I'll need to carry out a more thorough investigation first. Severa will provide support while you are in the field. Not only is she extremely well versed in the latest in Garlean technologies, there are few soldiers I would rather have watching my back. In the meantime, Hydaelyn, I will follow the ruby weapon's tracks below to the point of origin. Should we uncover anything of value, we will relay to the troops stationed here. For now, I suggest you use the lull in Garlean activity to recuperate.
The ethereal beast modal? Good to see you. Glad to have you, by the way.
Would I be correct in assuming that this is a belated reunion with those darling orphans of yours that stirred up memories of your time in Garlemald? Remember our agreement, Gaius. If you so much as think of returning to your Imperial masters, I will kill you.
Does the Empire not have combat data on us? I wouldn't be surprised if they had combat data on us, but think about it this way. Even if you had combat data on us, the amount that we're relying on like soul crystals and other things may mean that taking full advantage of the warrior light, or for instance taking advantage of a lot of our skills, would require the use of aether. So like even if they learned our combat skills, a lot of it's aether based, you know, and magics, and those are kind of useless to a Garlean. So my thought is that a lot of the like Garlean stylings, like wouldn't be, a lot of the like Eorzean stylings wouldn't be as useful to them. I'm not sure that aether manipulation would necessarily be necessary for the process. No, because the way they gather data. Yeah, part that irks me the most is that the guy fused to Ultima was pure blood. Why does that irk you? I mean, because he's already tapped into a thing that has etherochemical abilities to control magics. Like, Ultima can control magics, right? And could cast certain ones. I did weapons around the last patch of Shadowbringer. I remember having a single-minded hatred for Garlean War Machine. This was until 7.0. For some reason, the hate seemed to deflate like a balloon. I mean, you should have it. I mean, be very clear, Yukio. You should still hate the Garlean War Machine. But it's different than hating the people, right? As far as I know, the solo duty specifically mentioned the sample was taken from Castrum Albion, and the abilities would match up with that. Yeah, well then that makes sense, Modal. Let's check it out. No, I mean that you're right with some of the attacks that are thrown down. It's a good point. So you put me down in the ruby weapon. Gods, I wish I could have seen it. Not far from afar. Not too close, do you mind? Suppose I should report news of your victory for the higher ups. I realize you must have been through quite the ordeal, but could you give me a quick summary of the battle? So, I hit the thing, and it died, and it was a lot of body horror. You make it sound so easy. From the way you tell it, anyone would think you would slay hulking brutes like that for a living. I'll put all of this into a report and leave a copy over there, should you fancy a bit of light reading. Anyway, I expect you got more pressing matters to take care of, like going for a celebratory pint. If the Guardians pluck the courage to come knocking again, we'll let you know. Until then, rest up. Why am I tripping over myself today? Ooh. In American. I'm American, but I hate the American military-industrial complex. I don't necessarily hate all Americans, though. Though sometimes, yeah. No, but that's the point, right? Is that there's a difference. Meanwhile, in the Werlyt Magitech installation, there's a difference between hating people versus hating the the machine. And you can also have umbrage with people for their actions, don't get me wrong, but we should have told him the truth. He'd be able to help us. I know he would. That's exactly the problem, Ali. If he knew the true nature of the weapon project, he'd find some way to interfere. We've come too far to back down now. I won't let Milisandia's death be in vain. Even if that means going against Father's wishes. Also, pay attention to the hair color. I'm so mad. Okay, I'm just gonna say it. They end up having diamond, you know, like white hair color, blue, you know, sapphire hair, emerald hair. Pay attention to that. Cheer up, Alfonso. We can all go back to being one big happy family after we've dealt with those pesky Eorzeans. It'll be just like old times. If only it were that simple. There's no guarantee any of us will make it back alive. Excuse me? I think you're forgetting whose turn it is next. Oh, ye of little faith. With me at the helm of the sapphire weapon, it'll be over before you know it. Whatever happens, Rex, promise you'll come back to us. I couldn't bear to lose you too. I mean, Estinian's no slouch, you know? Elio, I'm afraid we haven't much time in the way of information to share from the front line. We have, however, received a word that Gaius wishes to speak with you at the Alliance headquarters. I've arranged an escort to take the headquarters, so when you're ready to depart, speak with the fellow over there. I'm 99% sure that was intended, Elio, just to bamboozle the player. I don't know which thing you're referring to. Help me, Infinite. You're my only hope. Justinia is a bad motherfucker. It's true. Oh, the hair? Yeah, yeah. Part of me was screaming Walter White style for the kids to stop. Yeah. Ready to head out? If you would like to join for the Emerald Weapon, we will be there in probably like 30 minutes or so, or whenever I finish the Sapphire Weapon, so... Good, you're here. The Ironworks have completed their analysis of the Ruby Weapon, and Sid Garland wishes to share his findings. I take it you can spare a few moments. Very good. Please wait here while I inform you of his arrival. Yeah, Flame. Glad you could make it, Helio. I'm sure you're as anxious as anyone to hear what we've uncovered. Our early hypotheses were proven correct. The Garleans have designed a system whereby a pilot's consciousness can be forcibly supplanted with data based on the memories and experiences of another. So even a rank amateur could obtain the combat capabilities of a seasoned warrior? Precisely, and we learned how this was made possible when we opened the cockpit. The monitors were still operational, and among the messages displayed, one particular phrase caught my attention. Synthetic Orsite System. The SAS.
Which is what exactly? Well, the core of the ultimate weapon was referred to as the Heart of Sabik by the Ascians. We believe it to have been a type of Oresite. I can't say much for the synthetic sort at this stage, but I've encountered real Oresite before. It was extremely potent, perhaps equal in power to the Heart of Sabik. In Japanese, the name is like Dark Heart, Black Oris, or like Dark Oresite, Heart of Sabik, or something like that. So like it's explicit that it is Oresite in the Japanese. It's unclear whether the Garlean simulacrum possesses the same properties as genuine Oresite, but I intend to follow the avenue of inquiry to see where it leads. What we do know is that it was used to implant the combat data of Nail Van Darnus into the pilot, who has been presumed dead since before the Calamity. Are you any closer to discovering how they were able to retrieve this data? The link didn't occur to Gaius at first, but he later told me the device is fitted to the Magitech armor of the Empire's highest-ranking officers. There is a reason to believe that they were designed to emulate the soul crystals used throughout Eorzea. Yes, this was rumored to be its true purpose, but it was never publicly acknowledged. Perhaps those in the upper echelons of command wanted to avoid comparisons to the so-called savages they were meant to be conquering. There is also the question of whether this system even functions as intended. I wonder if that's what the... No. Give me a second. Van Baelsar.
So guys, you know that what they're talking about? Look. The crystal at the crystal at the heart of the check. So you like look at that white thing right there. Ultima weapon FFXIV. Ultima that's also where the Heart of Sabik lies. And I bet you Van Darnus. That's not how you spell Darnus, but she has an Oresite too. So they literally, it's in the physical design. It's not some like hidden thing. Okay, so Nell Van Darnus, Gaius. Yeah, wow. Okay, that's really cool. That was the Oresite placed in their chest. Oh, that's super dope. How hard would the Sapphire weapon have been had we had an 8-man trial of it? I think the same difficulty as the others. But my relic weapon of the Heart of Sabik protrusion on legit armor is one of the recorded. Yeah. Yeah, I noticed a lot of Garlean armor has the Heart of Sabik on it. Yeah, but the thing is, it looked like a visual motif, but this seems to imply that it's not a visual motif. The high legati armor that has it is actually, was like acting like a soul crystal. Xenos as well as in Stormblood armor, if I recall. Yes, he does, Modal. Did I see a guy's body pillow in the Google images? I definitely saw it, but we're not acknowledging it. There's also the question of whether the system even functions as intended. From what we've seen, we can assume that they were successful in gathering combat data of those wearing armor equipped with the device. If the comparison with soul crystals is valid, perhaps this data was transferred via Aether. However, it seems that it's extracted not only memories relating to combat, but the soldier's very essence, as you saw. The pilot succumbed entirely to the will of Van Darnus. Kind of like convocation stones, right? Like a convocation stone, if you raise someone, or like what happened with Gaia, right? Getting her memories back caused the Logriff to take over. Same idea here. Though this is merely supposition, it's possible that being fused with the ruby weapon's core accelerated the process and caused the deceased legatus to manifest in corporeal form. Could it be that the death of the pilot was caused by the system's malfunctioning? It's hard to say. The ruby weapon itself was still largely intact when deactivated, which strongly implies that it was the synthetic Oresite running amok that killed her, rather than the damage incurred during battle. But even after our analysis, I'm afraid we still don't have enough information for now. Perhaps we should consult with Gaius as to our next plan of action. Yeah. So we know that that is supposed to be an Oresite. It's not a Heart of Sabik, but it is visually motif. It's very similar, and it acted as like a mini soul crystal recording their data. So that means that pretty much anyone who we would have seen would have been able to be used as a candidate. Does Regulus have it? I assume so. Regulus, sorry, Regula, not Regulus. Yep, Regula has it. Yep. Pretty much all leaders of a, it seems like every leader of a Legion would have had it. Which makes sense for why Xenos had it, because he was leader of the 12th. Nero has one too? Interesting. How long would the Warrior of Light's trauma list would be? Just how much do you think they need to pay their therapist? It depends on how they're dealing with it, right? You know, if they're already dealing with it, then they wouldn't much at all. Shion! Good to see you, glad to have you. Hey, they need a spec for the mass production models.
Hydaelyn has come bearing vital information. I traced the ruby weapon path back to the occupied territory of Werlyt, which appears to be where it was built.
Ooh. This is not, well, no, that's not true. My draft of geography is surprisingly good, but I want to, okay, I'm just gonna go.
Werlyt, where is that exactly? While Alamigo is placed on the western edge of Gimlet, Werlyt lies on the opposite side, to the east. It was once a proud and prosperous city, until it was brought to its knees by Imperial invaders.
So let me pull up a map real quick to show you guys what... maps. So, this is Alamigo, Girabania over here. The Gimlet Dark is here. This is what the Gimlet Dark is. We don't know where it ends exactly, but we know Werlyt's on the eastern edge. So what that means is that Werlyt could be anywhere within this region. The easiest assumption is that the Gimlet Dark is basically here, and that since the river is a river is part of the dividing point between the two, it's the assumption that the Gimlet Dark is here, and this is Werlyt. Or at the very least, the coastline it has to be, because we know that coastline and a little bit inland is what makes up Werlyt as a state. But I think like something like here-ish, if not here in general, is where Werlyt is. And then Bosnia is like that, but over here. I mean, we know the anchor at Corvos is here, so we know Corvos is here, which means Bosnia has to be like here, basically.
Until it was brought to its knees by Imperial invaders. You seem rather well informed. Perhaps I should have taken you with me. I thought that much was common knowledge. It was also where Alphonse and the others were born, and now the weapon project has brought them home. Yes, the place is now rife with Imperials. They have established an airship supply depot in the coastal town of Turncliff. According to the locals, something resembling one of the weapons was transported there a few days ago. This bodes ill indeed. Were it possible, I would attempt to capture Alphonse and his followers before they can launch an offensive. However, the distance between here and Turncliff presents a considerable obstacle, and in all likelihood, their weapon will be ready long before we arrive. Approaching by sea would allow us to save time, but circumnavigating their ground-based troops, provided we were able to secure a vessel. Or you could use the Enterprise to take the most direct route of all, as the crow flies. In fact, this is the perfect chance to put my top-secret plan into action. And might I ask what that entails? It wouldn't be much of a secret if I told you now, would it? What I can say is there's a starring role planned for you, Elio. Eh? Why so surprised? You didn't think I'd let you off that easy, did you? It'll be here soon, so don't go anywhere.
Dicky, good to see, glad to have you. Because geographically, geographically, it is closer to Othard, or Ilsabard. So, like, this is Othard, Dicky, but Corvos is Ilsabard. And Bosnia is considered by some to be near east, some far east. It kind of depends who you end up asking. So this is Ilsabard. To be fair, like, if it was like down here, yeah, it might be made more sense to be part of Othard. But up here is like, it's almost like it's only a little. If it was a little bit left, it would be in like the exact midline of Ilsabard. You can tell because this is the anchorite at Corvos, and that means that Corvos is here, or at the very least is like here, and this is the far right. It's not very clear where Corvos begins and ends, but it's somewhere in here, you know. And if the dividing line is here, let's assume that the dividing line is here, with the Knowing Sea and the Burn and the Scotty Mountain Range ending, like it's like this exact place. Thavner would be on the left side of that. It would be in the Ilsabardian side. Nearby to Zaku of Garlean Mecca. True. I love the thought put into the details in this game. The world building is just so phenomenal. It really is. Nero is high tribunus. Right, which makes sense why he would have the armor, because he's high ranking. I think the reason Nero wore the armor is just because that was the standard Garlean set until the Law's Order set released. Is his armor standard issue? Was like his the same as is the exact same as Livia's? Maybe it is. I mean, the helmet's definitely not, but you can see them on Livia and Ratatan too. Seems anyone with specialty armor. Okay, yeah, it seems like anyone of any level of rank had it. Yeah. Oh dear, sweet Ratata. The future generation will never see the same way as we did. Yeah. The Warrior of Light acted like a giant 10-year-old when he saw Sid's surprise. Yeah. A chest piece may be standard for the Garland uniform, but I think only the Legati have the data recording devices embedded into it. Well, let's go scroll back up. What was the line exactly? From what we've seen, we can assume that they were successful in gathering combat data of those wearing armor equipped with the device. So that's just a general saying, anyone with equipped with the device. At first, but he later told me the device is fitted to the Magitech armor of the Empire's high-ranking officers. So they all fall within, like Ratatan and Julia would all fit within that. I honestly prefer a badass Ratatan. Guy deserves to be cool. Yeah, definitely. It just dawned on me, the Garleans had most of the known world, didn't they? Yeah, I mean, not really. I mean, they only had control of Ilsabard, and they had control of, like, Othard, but even Othard, they didn't have control of Hingashi, they didn't control of Thavnair, they really didn't control the Steppe in any meaningful way. They mostly just controlled Ilsabard. Everywhere that the cloud cover touches right now is what they controlled, effectively. And so, like, even of the 3 great continents, they didn't really control a lot of it. I mean, okay, they also controlled Doma, so that, you know, but, so, they didn't even control as much as Allag did. Allag controlled the 3 great continents. I see Sid still delights in keeping others in suspense. I can only hope he does not make us wait over long. Oh. Sorry, I will be back for the party in just a bit here. Yeah, Mara City and the New World are also enormous. Mara City is the size of like, almost Othard and Eorzea combined in some ways. Or at least Aldenard and Othard. It's big. And New World is enormous. The New World is the size of the 3 great continents. Like, those 3 great continents put together is the same size as the New World. It's huge. Look at that proud father. That is Techno baby. Okay, all you Gundam fans, I need you to sound off in the comment about how excited you are when you got to use the G-Warrior. Or mecha fans in general. Here it is, Elio. I present Garland Ironworks' adaptation of the Ultima Warrior, the G-Warrior. Wait. Isn't the Ultima Warrior... Was the Ultima Warrior from Aetherochemical or Fractal Continuum? Or where was it? Which one was it? What? It was Aetherochemical, wasn't it?
I know Allag's design when I see it. Excavated from one of their ruins, no doubt.
As is La, to be precise. Yep, called it. We came across it during the course of our investigations, and decided to be ashamed to let it go to waste.
And you will be taking this refitted relic to face the enemy head-on, yes? Perhaps my knowledge of the ultimate weapon will be of use.
Actually, that's a really important lore point that makes me feel better about the G-Warrior's existence, is that the G-Warrior was not made by Sid, it was us finding the Ultima Warrior and, like, retrofitting it. Because that means, like, okay, I was like, why wouldn't Sid make more? But it's because it's not, like, Allegan technology that he has the ability to replicate, it's just him retrofitting something that it was.
I'm counting on it, as it happens, but first, we'll need to perform a test run in the simulator before throwing you into battle. Come, we haven't much time.
Oh, Elio's just, like, ready to pilot, baby. Levi. I have multiple screenshots of my world posing with the G-Warrior. The G-Warrior is made from the Ultima Warrior and the Fractal Continuum hard. Yeah. But he does make it, doesn't he? No! Let's begin the G-Warrior training simulation. I prepared 3 trials to teach you the basics. So that's what Sid was just explaining. First, I want you to try attacking the guidance system. Don't worry, it won't fight back. He just took, like, a thing that existed and retrofitted it. The G-Warrior is armed with a range of weaponry. Now's your chance to learn what it's capable of. Which also explains the music, now that it... Think of a Gundam key. He took the Algon framework and modded it to his liking, yeah. So there should not be another G-Warrior later in the story. So far, so good. Let's move on to something a bit more advanced, shall we? Yeah, good question. G-Warriors also come equipped with the Pyretic Booster, which diverts even more power to its weapon and increases its speed and maneuverability. This, however, comes at a price. Activating it places a huge strain on the G-Warrior, so it must only be used in short bursts. That's why it's best to practice before heading into battle. Now try activating the Pyretic Booster. You'll notice that your movement speed is much improved, but as shown on your monitor, the G-Warrior becomes more and more structurally unstable as time passes. To deactivate the Pyretic Booster, press the same button again. Auto restoration can mitigate a certain amount of the damage incurred, but don't rely on it to carry you through the battle. Now try to use the Pyretic Booster to destroy the target. This time the node will launch wide-reaching attacks in quick succession, but with increased movement speed, you should be able to evade them. Yeah, we'll talk about the red one. I know what you guys are talking about, and that's a good point. I haven't played this since it came out, so we'll talk about the details as we get closer into them. Excellent work, Elio. You'd be best to deactivate the Pyretic Booster while I explain the final trial. We've covered offense, now let's look at defense. This is where the ethereal Aegis should come in handy. Unfortunately, you can't keep the barrier up indefinitely, as it will drain the G-Warrior's power reserves. You might even run out of energy for the weapons, so watch out. First, let's try deploying the ethereal Aegis. The monitor shows how much power is being drained. Don't let it get too low. That's enough for now. Turn off the barrier using the same button to deploy it. For the last trial, we'll use the ethereal Aegis while attempting to destroy the target. Unlike before, there's no way to escape its attacks, so you'll need to weather them using the barrier. You're asking about the... I'm going to see if any of the attacks use them. I have suspicions about either accruing aether from the surrounding environment or being ways that it engages with the interfaces. That would be my guess to do with those tendrils, that they're part of like its interface system for like charging energy and stuff. At least that's what they look like to me. You're a natural. All right, that's everything. Time to end the simulation. Motherfuckers pawning dog dude. Well, you can always raid more elegant facilities. They seem to be popular in recent days. Yeah, I think the one reading would be that there was a second ultimate weapon prototype, which makes sense. I mean, think about there's the ultimate prototype that appears in shows up in Dunscape. So we know that the facility had a lot. I would wonder if we even look at it if you can't see multiples in the background, in somewhere, of the fractal continuum, or not the etherochemical hard. Fin funnel. It reminds me a lot of Zertha from Dunby and Headwise, and the glowing tendrils have some Tomino vibes. The back thing is very Seed Dragonair. I have to take your word for it, Levi. I played good money to have been there when the writers asked Yoshi P for a Gundam fight in the game. You have to understand, Yoshi P's a big Gundam fan too, so.
Are you sufficiently prepared?
Yep, I'm ready to go.
Then we shall depart for Turncliffe at once.
What do you guys think if the G-Warrior had a Megazord configuration sequence similar to Brute Justice? I think that, in general, that would be epic. I don't want them to overuse mecha stuff, because, like, I like mecha, but, like, I'm torn. I'm torn. Especially with technology like gets ends up using an Endwalker. I feel like, look, we've already sailed past being, you know, having no futurism.
It seems they were expecting us, but who was the pilot? Elia, we're almost there. You better have your wits about you.
I have control. Initiate combat mode. Thanks, Levi. Will do. Now, get ready to strike. G-Warrior, engage. That sounds awfully familiar. Oh, dude, I love Ninja Storm Yukio. If I was gonna have a Ninja Storm or a Power Ranger suit, it'd either be Silver Ranger from In Space or one of the Ninja Storm ones. I love those. Mark IV anti-icon weapon. War Machina, the Sapphire weapon. Was Mark II the one that Astinian faces? Or is that Mark I? God, why is Sapphire weapon so big? I can't afford to lose. It's all or nothing. Activating Oversoul! Hydra's combat sample ready. Initiating organic core overwrite. Ah! No! I can't! Hold on! I will be monitoring the situation from the air. Follow my instructions and eliminate the target. Yeah, there's a lot of Regula's outfit is even visible in it. I mean, his name was Van Hydras.
Well, well, it seems the Savage has been busy. I shall enjoy breaking the new toy. It must have absorbed an aquatic icon. Be sure to use the Pyretic Booster. An Ethereal Aegis. My likeness reborn in cerulean flames. Oh, fuck. Ah, where'd my mouse go? Is that Ultima? Use the Ethereal Aegis. It's emerged, but not for long. Watch for signs of movement. Prepare to strike. Quickly, deploy the Aegis. The turrets are preparing to self-destruct. Destroy them with the Ultima Buster. Oh, fuck. Activate the pyretic booster and keep moving. Hey, good shot. Okay, that's okay. So it just still gets. Oh fuck. Your wild flailing shall avail you not. Destroy the cerulean servants and then focus your attacks on the sapphire weapon. You must let it launch. Fuck.
Got him. Man, I like how much of a challenge it is. Yo, Paladin of Vulture. I mean, G-Word. Even now, good to see, glad to have you.
The target has been silenced. Understood. Now the immediate threat has been dealt with, we should gather what information we can in Turncliffe.
Yeah, Black Flame, I'm so excited for the new armor core. Oh, I'm so excited. Every time I think of Gundam going Trans Am, I just want to go back to Ore wa Gundam! Island spits her tea at the ethereal ages. That mad lads actually did it. Super Robot was proper, is finally in the West, can't forget that. Wait, we were literally using our shield now instead of our power to counter Ultima, albeit optimized one. Going up with Transformer, 14 would fit great in Super Robot Wars. Eden could be the mothership in it. Yeah. I feel like Xenogears, tech, that's how they... Oh, give me a Magitech Knight job class in the melee version of a machinist, and that just gets me like a power suit, like Reaper transformation. Rival Wings has a lot of mecha in it. Yeah, I love Rival Wings. I'd love to do like a Rival Wings events with you guys or something, because I adore Rival Wings. I wish we had a Rival Wings roulette. We all think will be the Blue Mage Cheat speedrun of choice for the upcoming Moogle Tombstone event. What are the options? Like, has they announced what the...
You did well to pilot G-Warrior so adeptly in a short time.
I love, I think, what's the name of this song? It's called And Love You Shall Find, I think? Find. And Love You Shall Find. That's the name of it. And it's the Turncliffe theme. And I love it. It's like, oh, it's so good. It's simultaneously like melancholy, but it's not like just despair. And I love how it's associated with Garlemald and the scars of Garlemald and the scars of war.
And with the weapon largely intact, Sid and his researchers should be able to gather a wealth of valuable information before it is dismantled. Perhaps we should take one last look upon our fallen foe.
Yes, there are mounts you can get from Rival Wings. Yep.
We should have known Father and his friends would track them down sooner or later, now that our doorstep in the Sapphire weapon still isn't ready. Even so, we should still be able to fend them off, or at least buy us some time. Now, not quite how I imagined it, but this seems as good a way to die as any. Rex,
Rickon, why are you still here? You're supposed to be moving the other weapons to safe location.
You can take care of that while I pilot the Sapphire weapon.
What? What are you talking about? I'm the pilot, not you. My hair's blue, damn it. There's no need to put your life on the line.
Besides, it's still incomplete. It can barely perform a basic maneuvers, so it'll be practically useless in a real fight. We have a solution. Oversoul.
You want to end up like Melisandre?
No, of course not. I wouldn't wish that on my worst enemy. But she didn't give her life in vain. The ruby weapon left behind data that's been used to improve the system to prevent any further malfunctions.
What difference does that make? Once the Oversoul is activated, the pilot fuses with the core. There's no way back.
That's why I should be the one to pilot the Sapphire weapon, not you, Rex. Alphonse needs you. You and I both know I'm the least qualified pilot we have. There's less to lose if I don't make it back.
No! I won't let you!
Please, Rex, hear me out. Ever since we were children, I was the smallest, the weakest, too afraid to stand up for myself. But I have the best brothers and sisters a boy could wish for. You were always there for me, protected me. Now it's my turn to protect you. Take the other weapons and get out of here.
See this through to the end. Do it for me. For Melisandre. I'm counting on you, Rex. You always did have a stubborn streak. Alright, Rickon. I won't let you down. Just promise you'll wait for me on the other side. We'll meet again, brother. You all made me happier than I had any right to be. And now, I've finally found my purpose. I have no regrets. Come on, Sapphire. We may be far from perfect, but we have a job to do. Let's give Father something to remember us by. The Echo, I presume? What did it reveal to you? The truth about Rex and Rickon. Rickon was the one piloting the Sapphire weapon the whole time. Rickon, my poor boy. You were braver than most could ever hope to be. It's as we feared. I'm sorry, guys. Damn it! First Melisandre, now Rickon. We must find the remaining weapons and end this madness.
Yeah, that was ad-lib decoy. Yep. Mention of his hair color really improves the scene. So I've ever opened to get much screen time in FF7. Then again, none of the weapons really got much screen time in FF7, but what screen time it did have sold me on the Biomecha wandering the world for the discs onwards, yeah. Music things are bad now, but they will be better. I was talking about, and Love You Shall Find, just in case. Yeah. If you really wanted to add some mecha in again and not have them mess too much with the main game, make the next Ballsia mecha based. You pilot a mecha in this specific area where it can be powered. I feel like you could do things with Corvos, right? Like, I think as long as you, like, root in Alec. The problem is, I find with the mecha stuff is that too quickly, everything just becomes about, well, why don't we just make a mecha? Like, why would we just be sending the Warrior of Light out instead of, like, sending him out with a G-Warrior? Or, you know, like, that's my problem with the mecha. Is it easily just makes it, they quickly consume, why not just solve it with this thing, you know? I like that at this point you are so learned in the game that you can fill accurately voice lines for Warrior of Light silent mouth flaps. Thank you. Honestly, that's actually just me making a literal best guess as to what they're going to say next. You'll notice sometimes I get it wrong, but usually it's like, this is what I think they're going to say. I currently have a cat help with making pleats. Very helpful standing when I need to fold. Yep, been there, Deathberry. Definitely Deadpool sits on my stuff all the time when sewing. Tell me, what do you make of Gaius Balsar? I understand the two of you have been acquainted since his days as the Black Wolf. He claims to have shed his pelt when he took up the hunt for the Asians, but he's still the same man deep down. He certainly keeps quiet about having a flock of foster children back in the Empire, though. It seems he would rather bare his teeth to his former masters than allow the harm to come to them. Yet try as I might, I cannot make sense of it. Does he truly fight for the good of mankind, as he would have all have us believe? Or is he merely biding his time before he reveals his true colors? Whatever the answer may be, in the end he will always be a Garlean, and though there may be honorable men and women among them, I have suffered through much and more as a result of their conquests, barbaric campaigns which Gaius Balsar played no small part in. Gaius conquered Werlyt, he conquered Alamigo. My first encounter with Garleans was 20 years ago, shortly after the fall of Alamigo. They continued their march into the lands that had long been home to we Duskwights. We sought to repel the invaders, but we were woefully unprepared. Our bows and arrows were no match for their magitech, and even our most powerful magics did little to slow their advance. I fought on the front line, but was knocked unconscious in the opening exchange. When I came to, I was alone, the rest of my unit slaughtered. I hurried back to my village to look for my wife and daughter, only to find the place deserted.
My search lasted for days, then weeks, then months, and it seemed that they had disappeared without a trace. I finally learned from 2 Imperials held at the bitter mill that the villagers had been captured and used as test subjects for the poison gas that would later be known as Black Rose. They were never seen again. For 20 long years, I roamed aimlessly, with nothing but hatred to keep me alive. I eventually found myself at the Order of the Twin Adder, who offered me a place amongst their ranks. The desire for revenge was the only thing I had left, so without a moment's hesitation, I accepted. Were it not for the war with Garlemald, I would have been loath to work alongside the city-dwelling Gridanians, who for so long treated my kind as outcasts, but none of that mattered anymore. It was culminated with Operation Archon. As you led the charge into Praetorium, we were right behind you, and when the place came crumbling down, most of us were caught in the rubble. I escaped with my life, though many others were less fortunate. Having dragged myself free from the rubble, I sought a way out. It was then that I encountered none other than Gaius van Baelsar on the verge of death. The gods had delivered to me the man whose conquest had robbed me of everything. I was poised, ready to extract my revenge. And then he spoke.
I will not beg for mercy. I only ask that you stay your hand a while longer. I cannot die until I have rid the world of the Ascian menace. For millennia, mankind has danced to their tune, but no more. Then once we are finally free, my life is yours for the taking.
I would have struck him down there and then had I not sensed the truth in his words, so I decided to grant him a stay of execution and join on his hunt. All this time, I've kept a close eye on Gaius. Though he is ever watchful for pursuers, he has granted me ample opportunity to slay him if I so choose. And I still might, if he shows even the slightest sign of betraying our agreement. But for now, the Ascians are my chosen quarry. If they are indeed the ones pulling the Empire's strings, then it shall not end until they have been eradicated. Every last one. Though I could not save my kin, there are those who may yet be spared the horrors of war. Unfortunately, dealing with Ascians will have to wait until we've brought an end to Garlemald's weapons project. Though we may have vanquished 2 of the new weapons, we must make every effort to prepare for whatever the Garleans throw at us next. Perhaps Severa can tell us whether the Ironworks engineer have uncovered any information of note?
Because I need to get stuff from the building, not destroy said building, but yeah, Primals get smacked down by Mecha, yeah. Why are you so harsh to Soken and his band? Like I said, I make Eureka or Baja like zone that where the mecha specifically have a power source or something like that, a piece of content that lets you play with them without intruding in other areas. Yeah, Levi, so I think like that's fair. My point is that like just because it's siphoned off to the side doesn't mean it doesn't affect the state of the world. Especially because side content a lot of times has ended up affecting the wider world when it's been important to, like when it's been like, well, you can't kind of ignore that this thing exists. So it's like, so like your point about making it so okay, there's enough limitations that it's doable and like doesn't affect the wider world, fine, you know, right? But like just because you put it in Werlyt, even though Werlyt's option, or Bosnia because it's optional, or Eureka because it's optional, doesn't mean it doesn't, from a holistic standpoint, not affect that it exists in the world and that it is a part of the like the narrative and part of like the world building, you know? Imagine if this guy was Adder's duty support for Praetorium. Yeah, that would be really cool. If you enjoy the music and stream, I remember our Discord. Why not come join us at https://discord.gg/Eorzean archives. Thank you, Ray Ray. I feel like I was a huge mid opportunity not making the duty support AR characters. Yeah, I'm torn on that. I agree. I feel like I would have liked that, but I also kind of like that they're like it's not just that limited scope of the people you met during the MSQ or a side content. It's like, oh, there's also here's some other people within the group. The Primals, Elio Soken name is the Primals. Right. I'm just confused. Like, I was just like, why are you so harsh on the Soken and his band? Are you just making a joke about the Warrior of Light kicking Primal ass? Is that what's up? I mean, you make an in-lore explanation for why this particular area is the only place you can use these mecha, and then literally the lore of why you can't use them. Yeah, I guess, Levi, that doesn't take away from like, oh, but you know, you still want it. But like, my point is that if you do that, then you can just self-justify any inclusion of anything for like one time and give like a hand-wavy reason why it's fine. And I don't like that. I like things to be a lot more holistic. And not to just be kind of hand-waved away. Now, 14 has done that sometimes, and also, sometimes, if the choice is, okay, hand-wave it a little bit so that way you can do something really cool, I mean, fair point. But my umbrage is like, I don't like if something's just kind of like, hey, because of this thing, you know? But again, 14's done that and then like expounded upon the hand-waved thing to make it a deeper part of the story. So, you know, I feel like that defends your point. It defends like why that could end up being a good thing. Like, I don't love that Lost Actions, the way that they kind of hand-wave why Lost Actions are limited to, like, Werlyt and or to Bosnia, right, and Zadnor, or, you know, and stuff like that. But it's like, I accept it.
The Ironworks engineers are still at work dismantling the Sapphire weapon and investigating the Turncliffe Magitech facility. Though they have yet to make their report, they may have some news to share at this juncture. Please wait here a moment.
I mean, we now have Omnicrons that can just come to the source. Right, but that's explained. Like the tether between the Ragnarok on Ultima Thule and the one in back on the planet is explained. And like and also I don't we now justify why we can't just ask Loporrit's Omnicron to fix any tech problem we have. Well, to be fair, the technology is different, but also like But I feel like I mean, fair points, but also that's also kind of my point.
We've just yet to finish our investigation, but I can give you a preliminary report. Were you able to recover anything of note? Before abandoning the facility, they attempted to destroy anything that they couldn't take with them, including many of their research materials. Luckily, some information relating to the Sapphire weapon's combat data was intact. Judging by what we saw during the battle, it was extracted from regular Van Hydras, correct?
Also, to be very clear, Levi, I think effectively they have been leaning constantly more and more and more towards that, and like Shadowbringer shows that with Mecha and stuff, and Algan Tech, and then also especially into Endwalker. So I feel like you're super on the right in terms of where the direction of that they're headed, and it's not that I inherently dislike that. I just don't like when it back and forths between future tech and then not future tech, but then doesn't like contend with the fact that Pandora's box already been opened, if that makes sense. Why don't we use the G-Warrior and Endwalker? You know, that kind of thing. Like for going for the Assault on Garlemald, why is the G-Warrior not used? You know, stuff like that.
Judging by what we saw during the battle, it was extracted from regular Van Hydras, correct?
It also appears the Sapphire weapon was actually in an incomplete state, and therefore unable to perform at full capacity. Even so, it was immensely powerful. Had they been given the chance to finish it before we had arrived, who knows how it would have ended. Indeed, we may not be so fortunate next time, so we must be prepared for the worst. The Ironworks will continue to investigate the Sapphire weapon and look into possible countermeasures.
The Echo afforded you a glimpse into the conversation between Rickon and Rex prior to the weapon's deployment. Do you remember any other details?
They were explaining that they were moving all the weapons to a safer location, maybe for further study? Improvements were made to the synthetic Eorzean system to prevent malfunctions. Then it was never their intent to create a manifestation of Nail Van Darnus. But there's one thing that was intended.
Oversoul. Its activation results in the pilot being absorbed by the core, killing them in the process. Rex and Rickon were fully aware of this, were they not?
They were.
Then the death of the pilot was by design all along. Alphonse, how could you? Sacrificing your sibling to refuel these accursed war machines!
Surely there is no cause worth paying such a price. Aye, nothing is more precious than family.
This nightmare is far from over. It appears that Rex has fled with the remaining weapons, and we can assume that Alphonse has every intention of sending them into battle. We must find a way to disable them before Oversoul can be activated. I've seen enough death. Do not wish to see any more.
Then there's no time to waste. Let us be about it, Gaius. Severa, you're in charge here.
Keeping Sid and his team safe while they carry out the investigation. Understood. Please see that no harm comes to Gaius. While we're gone, I need you to relay everything to the resistant troops. Your first-hand account should prove useful. If there are any developments, we'll be sure to contact you.
I think I missed my last actions are Bosnia only. Is there spoiler-specific info? I have been saving hardcore studying into Bosnia for, like, when we get there, so I actually don't know off the top of my head. I know there is an answer. It's a gorgeous area. Oh, Miaza, not a bad way. It's really pretty. Blue roofing and design of this area is more striking than I remember it. I only ever did these once. Yeah, I love... Werlyt's design is lovely. It reminds me of that one place in Greece. Aether Pool, gear and all deep dungeons, still the biggest offender in that regard. I don't think it's the biggest offender. I think like it's hand wavy. It's it's very much an offender. I feel like that's not one of the most egregious ones, but no, I feel like you're right, AC. That is a pretty big offender. Yeah, it is a gorgeous area. I think I missed why it is. Yeah, maintenance. I got what you're saying. 100% it would be an organic, and I think you could build up to it being more inorganic. I think a good example, right, is if you put the G Warrior in without Azus Law and them like having took the Ultima Warrior stuff from the fractal, from the Etherochemical Research Facility, hard. You know, like, it would be, to me, it would be more friction. Like, there'd be more like, oh, you know, where's this coming from? But there's precedent, right, that they're building off of, and I think that works well. Myself now, might do after stream. The story so far is very good. It is very good. I really need to revisit it. Yeah, there's so many other areas that are breathtaking. Damn me, my class level grinds. Hey, I mean, Meowsat, the thing about it's nice about level grinding is it ends, right? There's an endpoint. G-Warrior can't travel by Aetheryte, so it's hard to deploy. That's good rationalization, Levi. Requires 1,000 hours of maintenance for every hour of sortie. It's 2020's defense project. I mean, the Assault on Garlemald is a humanitarian effort, right? It makes sense not to deploy a giant war machine while trying to give out humanitarian aid. To be fair, though, we have to fight our way into Garlemald first. So while it's a humanitarian fight, there is still a fight that needs to be had. But also, like, why is the G-Warrior not used to, like, rebuild as part of rebuilding or supplies or, you know? And you're right. That's a really good point, Oblivion. But, like, and that's maybe not be a good example off the top of my head. But why don't we bring the G-Warrior with us to the final map of Endwalker? You know? Which, I mean, again, actually you can find really good reasons why we don't. So, constantly the points I'm making have holes in them. But... yeah, I will say, coming back through this, because of my awareness of the lore in general now, I feel less like okay, we're just doing mecha out of nowhere, and now like, oh no, there is precedent. There's precedent with the Ultima weapons for setting up for these things. There's precedent with Algan Tech and using it and creating things based off of it and retrofitting it. And so I think there's a lot more precedent than I was aware of when I first came through. It's actually indicative of a bigger problem Final Fantasy has in general that 14 actually has to contend with going forward. Yeah. Have a good night, Tracy! Yeah, Love You Shall Find is a great song, Tam. What made Gaius so different from his countrymen? He's got power, drive, and sort of noble disposition, yet his cruelty just isn't just for cruelty's sake like other Garleans. But I guess the thing is that it doesn't... if you're... like, you can be not cruel in a sense and still be a fascist, right? Like, Gaius took over this city and assaulted it and rained hell down upon it to conquer it because he believed the strong must rule and it is their right to rule. And that the means were justified by the ends. So he doesn't have to be sadistic to be cruel. And his cruelty can come from what is in his mind the best intentions. But it is still death and cruelty is afflicting upon others. Even if he thinks it's because it's the right way, you know? I'd agree with some other Garleans still aren't cruel just for the sake of it. Yeah, definitely. And Walker put the Garlean ideology in context, at least from their point of view. 100% agree, Modal. 100% agree. Some are. Some are cruel. But saying that Garleans are cruel, I think really misses the story that's being told in Werlyt, that's being told in Bosnia, that's being told in Endwalker, and in some ways it's told in the broader context, right? Or in the Reaper quest line. That some of them are sadists, some of them are cruel, some of them are cruel as a byproduct of believing that they have to be in order to defend not only their ideology, but the things that they love and value, right? That they've been tricked, that they've been, you know, brainwashed into the belief that that is the right way to be because it is the right. I mean, you just look at, like, you know, British Empire throughout history, or, you know, like empires throughout history, right? And so, like, yeah, I think you could say that there's an idea, like, there's a nobility to Gaius, a sincerity to Gaius that's there even from ARR, even from 1.0. but it doesn't change the reality of the horrors that he does inflict, right? And so you can appreciate both things, and you can also appreciate him trying to renounce that way and try to be not only better, but make a better world, as he's trying to do now. But that doesn't just magically cancel out what happened in the past, right? Yeah. And I think this is important to talk about here. I'm taking this time to talk about here. I mean, not that I don't take tangents forever, but because this is, well, I guess it depends on if you're talking about but if we're talking about, if the war is centered on Ilsabard, right? This is the Western Front and Bosnia is the Eastern Front. And these two things are set up for Endwalker and for going into Garlemald. And so understanding Werlyt and understanding Bosnia does a lot to build the push forward into Garlemald and understanding Garlean ideology. There are people like Valens, right? Those people exist. There are people who are just monsters. And the system that they have allows the monsters to be in positions of power and to wield that power. You know, the Imperial ideology. But it's more complicated than that. And that doesn't mean you have to relinquish holding that to account and responsibility. But there are people like Ritaten. There are people like Eulis. There are people like, you know, and these aren't just like, oh, the good apples. These are just good people. These are people who have the capacity to be good, but are trying to do with the thing that they believe in. But in doing so, inflicting, you know, it involves the domination of others. This is off topic, but I really want to know, what event caused Thancred to lose his ability to use Aether? Flow at 2.55, Cathra. When he got teleported by Y'shtola. It messed up his ethereal, insides. I don't think Devastation is Werlyt's thing. The time it makes sense because we are fighting Mecha and it can't be helped with Mecha. Other times we only need a sword and probably a Stinian on Demolition. No, I think that's a very fair point. Yeah, for sure. Especially Valens from the Trial Story. A lot of other military leaders revel in the atrocities they commit, but that's just the type of person war draws in. Yeah, 100%. I mean, Vergilia, you know, seems to be a very pretty sincere. I mean, I'm not sure I like them. Regula, right? Very much willing to believes in the defense of the world, in the defense of Garlemald, in the defense of, you know, sacrifices himself because he believes it's right. You know, he's very a sincere individual. He's also a fascist, you know. It's both can be true. You can recognize that humans are complicated, you know. Getting tossed into the live stream, yeah, God, yeah. Y'shtola confides in the word of light and something during Heaven's Word, yeah. My question more focused on what made Gaius the way he is. Growing up or something in the military career, he's not like most other Garleans. He's even Solus' favorite soldier. I mean, to be fair, he is like a lot of other... He's like Eulis, right? His ideology is the strong must have the right to rule because... The strong have the right to rule and must rule in order to prevent suffering. Partly because that's what Solus preached. And he... believed it. He grew up in Garlemald. He grew up with the Garlean ideology of the weak in rulership causes suffering and bad things to happen. Partly because Garlemald, they managed to make a wonderful paradise in a frozen hellscape. For them, they had a belief in something. They had tangible proof that what their way of doing things actually could beget good, you know? Or stability at the very least. And so why he's like that is he's just a noble, sincere person who prescribed to an ideology that also revolved around the domination of others for the creation of stability. You know? Bread didn't have something to, yeah. Sometimes people are monsters, some monsters are people, and sometimes monsters are monsters, yeah. And sometimes people are people. Yeah. And Gabranth from the 4th Legion in Bosnia is incredibly similar to Gaius. Great example, yeah, Modal. A lot of their leaders have a lot of conviction in things they do, despite those things being absolutely horrid. Yeah, and Gabranth is famed for the fact that he did not care about people's backgrounds, just like how Gaius didn't with Ritaten, or he would take anyone, and he was an actual meritocrat, right? Actually believed that it was a meritocracy in terms of he did not care if you were pureblood or, a Bonga or whatever. He would take, he would treat you fairly and equally, but he still believed in the domination of others, you know? Noah or Bosch from Gabranth. I'm mostly thinking of Noah Gabranth, but Bosch, I think is from what little we get is very similar.
Alphonse, I will find you wherever you are.
This lift leads down to the storage area where the weapons were kept. Unfortunately, the Imperials didn't leave an awful lot behind for us to investigate, but they did give us a place to carry out the maintenance on the G-Warrior. In fact, I can take you down there for a closer look if you're interested. Oh, I didn't realize you could go down to the G-Warrior. That's cool. I think you guys pointed that out earlier, though. Speak with Resistant Officer at Pretoria. Porta Pretoria. Okay, so yeah, we do need to go back.
Ready to return to Girabanya.
Thank you for letting me rant for a second. Guys, is a good example of how Paragon doesn't always translate to hero. Yeah, his sincere, or if you think about hero like in a capital H, like classical sense, hero does not mean a good person. Hero means a great person, but it doesn't necessarily mean a good person. And if you're thinking about a classical use of hero, like a lot of classical heroes were deeply flawed and maybe not even good people, but they were great people, you know? Generally wants to do good, but his view of what's good was sculpted by, yeah, exactly, Tim. Noah's the legatus of the fourth. Yeah. Reminds me of what, you know, Absinthe. Reminds me of what Emmett said about conquering during the elevator. Yep. Great example. And remember that Emmett, a lot of what Garlean ideology is shaped by Emmett knowing exactly what he needed to do to build an empire, to build people with that mindset. He also helped build Alag. Like, part of the reason that he was a good empire builder is because he understood that you needed an ideology that would make people want to conquer, right? He did great things. Terrible, yes, but great. Harry Potter, Philosopher's Stone, John Hurt as Ollivander. That's what that was referenced to, right, Issa? Welcome back to welcome back. Sounds like you've been on quite a journey all the way to Turncliffe. And judging by the fact you made it here in one piece, just everything went according to plan. Well, mostly. Killed a giant machine as usual. What an astonishing account! I wouldn't mind putting the G-Warrior through its pace itself. Certainly a lot more stimulating than supervising this rabble, I'd imagine. Anyway, as before, I'll compile the information into a report and leave it over there for your perusal. Should you feel so inclined, if we hear anything from the headquarters, we'll be sure to pass it on. Did the Convocation of 14 rule or just take care of the people? The Convocation of 14, it was more like, they were, it was a seat of responsibility. It wasn't, yeah. Meanwhile, in the 7th Legion's Werlyt headquarters, it wasn't, they weren't like the rulers. They were custodians of certain parts of the star's duties. They were leaders, but not rulers, if that makes sense. And they weren't like supreme leaders. They were just highly respected and, yeah. They were the governing body, but it also depends on how you want to define, like, governing body, right? Because it was more that because a lot of ancients were just allowed to do, you know, kind of their own thing. I've come to deliver my report, Lord Valens. Yeah, sweat. Ah, so you've returned, young Alfred. What was it, Alwick? Not that it really matters, of course. I hear that you and your darling brothers and sisters have allowed the sapphire weapon to fall into the hands of the enemy. Do tell me it isn't so. I'm afraid that is the case, Lord Valens. Ugh. Oh, come now. No need to be so sullen. As they say, to err is human, to forgive is divine. And you know how forgiving I can be when it suits me. So tell me, whatever your name is, who was able to best the sapphire weapon? Our sources state that the one known as the Warrior of Light was assisted by Sid Garland and Gaius Van Baelsar, my lord. Gaius. Yes, it seems he's been quite the troublemaker of late, defecting from Garlemald, assassinating the Emperor. Whatever next? Oh well, there's no use crying over spilt milk. Speaking of which, I've become quite the connoisseur since arriving in Werlyt. This particular variety comes from a rare breed of cow, you know. Only 100 of them in existence, and pampered every day of their lives. Yes, they are quite valuable. Until their milk dries up, that is. When it does, they are sent to the slaughterhouse like all the rest, for that is their lot in life.
to be discarded once they have served their purpose. Did I create the ruby and sapphire weapons so they could deliver them gift wraps to the enemy? Ah, I can see it now. Sid Garland rubbing his hands with glee at all the technological marvels we've bestowed upon him. And you let Gaius Van Baelsar of all people get the better of you. How do you think this reflects on me, the legatus of the 7th Legion, humiliated by the traitor? Humiliated, I say. There's only one way to deal with worthless provincial filth like you. Wait for me in the correction chamber. You need to be taught a lesson in obedience. Yes, my lord.
Forgive my intrusion, Lord Valens, but it is time for your meeting with the head of Magitech Development.
Oh, how time flies when you're whipping useless soldiers into shape. Yes, I'll be along once I've made myself presentable. Can't have people thinking I've let my standard slip, now can I?
Oh, he's whistling the Garlean theme.
Oh, I think that's the first example of us experiencing it diegetically. Huh. What are you doing here? You wish to see me, Lord Valens? Did I now? Ah, yes, that's right. So you're ally, yes? And you joined the military of your own free will along with your fellow orphans. Such devotion! What an inspiration you are. You see, it is my firm belief that love grants us the power to move mountains, to overcome any obstacle. Together we shall discover the strength that lies within you. Take my hand, child. I will show you the way. Have a good night, Issa!
They were elected to their office because by technicality, the best, most suited for the individual. Like one is good administrator, and others best understanding. Yeah, like you're not wrong. Governing body is correct. You are right. It's just like I don't know. Yeah, a governing council. I don't think they needed to do normal ruling duties like establishing laws because in ancient society they had no need for it. And problem arrived, they probably just sent a little bit to negotiate. Yeah. Oh, Raven, thank you very much. Honestly, the villains and the weird people are always the most fun to voice by far. I find it incredibly interesting if we had Alad, Garlemald, Estimation, and one of the reflections that they had already won. It allowed the writers to fill in a lot of the other things you could do with it and couldn't do with Endwalker. It's so funny, Model. I've been pitching that for forever, and also it means that if you ended up allowing cross-reflection travel, you could have an incursion of an entire, like, Alag Ascendant trying to bear down on Eorzea and, like, the Source. Like, I feel like that'd be a really cool idea. Yeah, this seems so uncomfortable. It's more creepy that the kids are just standing there. Yeah. As interesting as Gaius and the like are, Valens is by far the most realistic of the Legati and how deplorable he is. Yeah. Kane! Good to see you, glad to have you! I do not like the implications of his love. Yeah. For some odd reason, I have a horrible gut feeling Valens choose Gaius as kids. Well, I mean, like the older kids? Because the younger ones, I mean, Gaius hasn't been around for a while. Although maybe... She needs an adult. Valens is a man-child. That's true. We're sending someone in to negotiate. 5.3 Elidibus shows up. We're going to try and find someone better to negotiate. Okay, we got Emerald coming up. If you want to join for the Emerald, Ray or V, I don't know which one of you guys is getting it together, but if you want to get the 7 other people together, I'd appreciate it.
Ah, it's good to see you.
I'm pleased to report that Master Garland and the others uncovered a fair bit of useful information at the Imperial facility in Turncliffe. In fact, he'd like you to rendezvous with Gaius in the town square, where he'll reveal what they found. Once you're ready to depart, your escort will lead the way. Reminder, if you would like to come join us for Emerald Weapon, now is your chance. Oh, you know what? We're making real good time. We actually may be done on time tonight.
Listen, it's either him or a them. Fair. All set for the journey ahead.
Does anybody want to see the boy? I kind of want to go hug the boy. Give me a second.
Oh, 1, 2, 3, oofda!
Okay, sit. High five. Thank you.
Deploy the deploy and deliver all the pets.
Yeah. Do a super chat. Like, oh, so the bird's something, so the birds. Because it makes Deadpool happy. It's true. It does. Oh, thank you, V. I believe it looks like we have one slot left unless Ray's grabbing that slot.
Now that you are here, perhaps Sid will finally deign to dispense his findings.
I think I got a Deadpool hair in the back of my throat. Oh, Kane, I'm sorry, man. Oh, bud. My sincere compassion to you. Come here, buddy. Deadpool, come here. Come on. Hi. I'm sorry, man. My empathy to you. It's really hard when you lose pets, especially if you're close to them. My cat growing up, I mean, you know, like probably might be probably cringe to say, but that cat might have been my best friend. Like that, his name was Wolfgang, and I loved him very, very, very much. And like the same week my parents got divorced, TMI here, but the same week my parents got divorced, my cat also passed away, who I'd had since I was like 5, you know. So, you know, just empathy to you, man. Can't do. I haven't completed solo. Okay. Well, do you want to? Are you gonna try Ray while we do the story? Can you summon a Deadpool like a primal? I mean, kind of. If I think about him real hard, sometimes he shows up. When I think about Emmett's words, I remember the last step, which is Garleans should treat the conquered as equals and let bygones be bygones, which I went to bitterly laugh knowing it's impossible. Well, like, the problem is that, like, if you conquer people, as long as you are wielding power over them, you're not equals. Right? Yeah, I think about Emmett's words. I remember the last episode. Yeah, exactly, Kyo. But like Emmett does talk about that, right? Which is like actually incorporating people into an empire. I mean, what he's talking about is Fordola, right? Fordola is an example of part of what he's talking about. Not in that she was treated like an equal, but like getting the conquered to buy into. Helio, music is not helping for my reception of that sudden. The and love you shall find, Tam.
Severa informs him of Elio's arrival. Inform him of it. Bum, bum. Thanks for coming. So what have you discovered? To tell the truth, we were lucky to obtain any information at all. Considering the lengths to which the Imperials went in covering their tracks, you see the hangar below was not used to store the weapons, but played a critical role in their creation. We now know the code names give the 3 weapons, Ruby, Sapphire, and Emerald. Obviously, we are familiar with the first 2, but the third is something of an unknown quantity. At the very least, this confirms the existence of another one of those abominations. Huh? What do you mean at the very least?
problem lies in ascertaining its whereabouts. None of the locals have seen anything resembling a weapon being transported either by land or air. Which, of course, leaves only one option, the sea. According to what fragmented data we were able to recover, the Emerald weapon is equipped with aquatic capabilities, much like the Sapphire. Meaning that it is to escape from Turncliffe would have gone undetected, and could potentially be anywhere by now. But if Alphonse plans to have it absorb more primals, the logical choice would be Eorzea. And traveling by sea would allow him to circumvent the front line at Gimlet entirely. The Alliance must be alerted at once. Hold your chocobo, Severa. It seems that the Emerald weapon was still incomplete when the 7th Legion withdrew from Turncliffe. It's far more likely that it was transported to another facility in order to add the finishing touches. If your supposition is correct, that would narrow our search to but 2 possible locations, Castrum Marinum in the Rotano Sea and Castrum Occidens in eastern Lenosia. Both of which are known to harbor the remnants of the 14th Legion, your former subordinates, Gaius. Be that as it may, our objective is unchanged. Hydaelyn, you and Severa will make your way to Castrum Occidens, while Elio and I head for Castrum Marinum. Should we locate the Emerald weapon, we will give the signal to dispatch the G-Warrior and eliminate it before it can be activated. Sorry to disappoint you, but we're still repairing the damages sustained during the encounter with the Sapphire weapon. While Algan machinery has its uses, it's bugger to find replacement parts in a pinch. We've actually been working to expand its already impressive arsenal, but the G-Warrior itself is in no fit state for combat. While I'm aware this is far from adequate replacement, I can provide an Ironwork submersible to help Elio and Gaius reach Castrum Marinum. I'll have one set ahead to Vesper Bay. A submersible, eh? I don't much like the sound of that. Perhaps Severa and I should count ourselves fortunate that our destination can be approached by land. I pray you have a safe journey. Watch yourself out there, Elio. You may, yes, you may, Raven. It's time we departed. Let us make way to Vesper Bay. And Sorrow and Love You Shall Find the Garlean theme? Because that's bum 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 bum. Is it just like super slowed down? Let me turn up like let me open up the Turncliffe theme. I don't. Bum bum bum. Okay, yeah, I see that part of the piano. Bum 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 bum. There it is. Okay, I hear it in there. Yeah. Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. I was thinking more about the starting part and the ending part rather than that part. Bum bum. This part. Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. Bum. Yeah, but you're definitely right. It is. It super is. Cool. Home Beyond the Horizon. Yeah, very similar to Home Beyond the Horizon. Yeah. It's so cool that the leitmotif and Walker realized they were doing the weapon quest. We got a sneak preview of it. Yeah, it's good stuff. Is guy from the less noble house, or do you think he was a commander Garlean who rose to prominence like Regula? I would assume the latter, not the former. I mean, he seems to be like the kind of guy to me that was all about the meritocratic. Also, I swear to God, he references his upbringing at some point, but I don't remember what was said. Solus Galvus. Regula, Nail. Wait, why is Gaius not in the Garlean section? Agents of Inquiry, Red Bills, 7 St. Coinac, Crystal Braves, Domans, Adventurers Guild.
gotta be in here somewhere, right? Oh, there he is. Okay. Legatus of the 14th Legion, Gaius, a pureblood Garlean possessed of a natural flair for wartime command, perhaps equally owned by his sensibility of governing administrator. Known as the Black Wolf, his many accomplishments include the conquest and political assimilation of 5 enemy cities. In subjugating Alamigo, he employed subterfuge to stoke the fires of civil unrest, a masterstroke which led to the nation's capture without a need for protracted siege. Though he remained in Alamigo as the imperial viceroy, he began to move against Eorzea again shortly following the calamity, with a display of might from the ultimate weapon. Gaius came to near cowering the Eorzean city-states into submission until, that is, he met the Warrior of Light in battle. It doesn't say here, but my impression would definitely be... would be some more in meritocratic, but I don't know, and I could have sworn someone said it somewhere. Final call, by the way. We're gonna be final call for anyone who would like to join Emerald Weapon. I'm gonna catch up on your guys' chat if you're interested. Speak now or forever hold your peace. God, yeah, Vesper Bay right tickets. Yeah, it's slow down version. I think you just sang happy birthday. Yeah, we have Tam, but I also have specific arrangement. Love you, shall find. Yeah. Happy birthday to you. Garlands are all just celebrating their birthdays all the time. I think he does. I see him showing up with them once, yeah. Elio starts singing happy birthday. Otanjobi omedetou, Otanjobi omedetou, Otanjobi omedetou, Otanjobi omedetou. It is. Yeah, it's very slowed down. Oh, yeah, the part is pray, yeah. Imperial Will is used in just about every Garlean track, I believe. Yeah, for the most part. We're going to talk about that in those musical streams as we get there. Next Black Flame is one of the reasons why I love Hollow Knight so much. Christopher Larkin does amazing things with leitmotif. Speaking of, if you like talking about music and leitmotif, on Friday, every Friday, we're going to be doing streams of going through every song in the game and talking about, and like finding what things are musical themes connecting to other stuff. But yeah, and Love You Shall Find also hear a lot of heart-wrenching moments in Garlemald and MSQ, and Walker, I think, as the theme in Terror should be. It is, Kane. You're 100% correct. I forgot Gaius also had a talent for governing as well, the part will often get overlooked. It's like all of my name names came at once. How did you... That's impressive. Okay. We're going to go in that. If no one wants to join in. I know some of you guys are at work, so. As per Master Garland's instructions, the submersible is ready when you are. But before you depart, I've received some scraps of intelligence regarding your opponent from my colleagues in Turvincliff. Apparently it uses some sort of levitating hand-like appendages. 6 of them, in fact. Though we're not quite sure what purpose they serve. Sounds like having eyes in the back of your head might come in handy. But that's all we know, I'm afraid. You have our thanks, after all. Forewarned is forearmed. If the Emerald Weapon is indeed being transported to this castrum, it would need to enter via the dry dock. We shall do likewise. As one might expect, there are measures in place to keep out intruders, but the security system can be tricked into recognizing us as an Imperial vessel. That said, infiltrating the facility is merely the first step. Should the Emerald Weapon be activated, it is only a matter of time before the pilot uses Oversoul. We must silence the War Machina before this happens. And failing that, grant the poor soul at its helm the mercy of a swift death. Had these wounds healed more quickly, I would have gone with you, but I fear I would only slow you down as such. As such, I shall provide what support I can from afar. Whatever happens, the Emerald Weapon must be defeated at all costs. What server DCR? We are on Crystal Curl. Sorry, one moment. Crystal Curl. And yeah, if you want to join for Diamond, feel free. Name days are great until you get old and decrepit and then you don't want them anymore. Cat. Okay, also one thing I think I'll take a second real do is, so that is Castrum Marinum. It's off of Cape Westwind. Castrum Occidens, if you remember where, in Eastern Eleusis, if you remember where, Gaius first lands, that's Castrum Occident, or where you go in for the first part of the Binding Coil Bahamut. But so this is like Cape Westwind where you fight Ratatan, and then that is Castrum Marinum. This is it, the Emerald Weapon. I've been expecting you, hero of Eorzea. Look, father, This is the power that we command. Mark V Anti-Icon War Machina, the Emerald Weapon. Okay, counting down. I love the music in the second part of this so much. Rex, there's no need for you to fight us. I'm sorry, Father. I've come too far to back down now. If they're the same, they get pushed away from each other. If they're different, they're pulled away. Or pushed away from each other if they're the same. If they're different, they're pulled together. That's what I'm trying to say. Oh, it is a wider ring. Okay. Beat the heart of Sabik. Witness Ultima. Darkness, come and rend the shield of light. I know that formation. It was used in Werlyt all those years ago. So it's come to this. But no matter what, I can't afford to lose. The Black Wolf prowls again. God, this theme is such a bop. Not even you can beat the Empire's finest. Activating
Oversoul. Balestar combat data ready. Initiating organic core overwrite. Alphonse. This is goodbye!
The Black Wolf stalks again, baby.
Rex, what have you done? What is the meaning of this? Wait, that glow. Bear witness to the glory of the Empire! This is Werlyt, at the time of the invasion. Could the synthetic Orsite be causing this? The end has come. Prepare to advance!
The synthetic Orite system begins to glow.
Forward! Form ranks! Fire! Form ranks! Fire! And here we go.
Good fucking music. Good job, guys. God, Elio, your laugh is so... Ha ha. Ha ha. Ha ha. The cheer is very, very weak. Yeah, that bass riff, yep. I haven't had these exact experiences, but I get carried for an R movie with a younger sister. One of my favorite things about the Prey work was them making the Fight First guys a mini versions of... Yep, totally agree, Kane. I love that shit. The thing that they did retroactively to make things better, like, connected going forward is... Yeah, so that's funny. Well, sorry, not to laugh at your suffering. Yeah, Rank and File is basically Phantasm Terminus as some new guys fight multiplied by a lot, yeah.
And so it ends. But why would Rex throw away his life for this? Maybe he was fighting for something. You're right. If I'm ever to learn the truth, I must concentrate on the task at hand. Of course, we do not need to wait for Sid's analysis to tell us whose combat data was used on this occasion. It galls me to think that my technique and strategies could be so closely replicated. Nevertheless, the observations I made during the battle may yet prove useful. As a matter of fact, that was not the only information I was able to gather. I intercepted a signal that revealed the troops stationed before we were permitted to withdraw. Seemingly in return for assisting with the 7th Legion, they must have known that the Alliance would follow the Emerald Weapon here sooner or later and make good their escape. Meaning the way is now clear for Sid to inspect the War Machina's remains.
Yeah, Kane, definitely.
We got here as soon as we could.
We got here as soon as we could. Not that we could have done anything to prevent this tragedy. From what we know, it seems that the Emerald Weapon was ilm for ilm a greater deal more powerful than the previous two. If this is allowed to continue, who knows what sort of monstrosity the 7th Legion will conceive of next. Nevertheless, Elio has once again proven himself capable of overcoming the worst the Empire has at its disposal. You may be relieved to hear the cast from Occidens was free of anything resembling a weapon. Unfortunately, it was also devoid of any useful leads, and we came away empty-handed.
In all honesty, part of me wishes we had never found the Emerald Weapon. Perhaps then Rex would not have been forced to make the ultimate sacrifice. I only hope that he is finally at peace.
We will do what we can to spare the others from sharing his fate. I and the Ironworks will search this place from top to bottom for clues as the 7 Legion's plan. Before that, allow me to sweep the area for booby traps and the like. I would not put it past the Imperials to have left a few surprises for us.
Agreed. I'll go with you.
With that in mind, I'll begin my examination of the Emerald Weapon. Carefully, that is.
Theochemical research for the acid and primary work was a great use of. Yeah, totally agree, Kane. We're much, much better. Even though they're supposed to be weaker, it still makes them feel like a threat.
Alphonse, you knew all this time, didn't you?
Melisandre and Rickon, too.
Melisandre and Rickon, too. Everyone except me. And you, Rex? Yes, that's what the synthetic orthosite system is. The fusion between pilot and the core is the key to Oversoul. And unless we use it, we don't have a chance of beating Father's newfound friends. They stand between us and the primals, without which the weapons will never reach their full potential. We thought that if you knew the truth about Oversoul, you'd try to stop us. Of course I would, but what I don't understand is why all of you are so willing to give your lives to the weapon project. What is it all for?
It all began the day Father left. Without his guidance as protection, the Garleans lost any respect they once had for us. But the cruelty pales in comparison to Valen's. To him, conscripts like us are expendable commodities, and endless supply of test subjects for his twisted experiments.
Sorry, just one moment, guys. Sorry, could hear my roommates.
But no matter what they do to us, we'll never lose hope. If it is the duty of the strong to lead the weak, we will become strong and protect those who cannot protect themselves.
See, that, like, them being guys as adopted children, that his old mindset is still their way.
The weapon project will give us the strength we need. We will create a world where people like us can live without fear of persecution.
And thus the wheel keeps turning.
We want you to see this new world for yourself, Ali, even if we must give our lives to make it a reality. But why me?
The years spent serving the Empire have changed us all, except you, Ali. Even after everything you've seen, you're still the caring, innocent girl we grew up with. More than any of us, you deserve a chance at happiness. That's what we all agreed. Ali, listen to me. Right now, the soldiers assigned to watch over us have been called away to the capital. Now is our chance to get you out of here.
Then why don't you come with me?
If Alphonse and I were to run away now, they'd only force others to take our place. We can't let that happen. This is our way of upholding the ideals Father instilled in us. Our lives are a small price to pay for Werlyt's freedom.
No, how can you expect me to leave you behind? I won't do it.
We will forever be at your side, Allie. Rex, take her. Take her to the holding cells.
No! Let me go!
So win or lose, the plan is to hand over the cast room to Father, is that right? Yes. They'll take Allie into their custody before the Garleans return, while you will be free to pilot the Emerald weapon without her interfering. We can't let her hinder the completion of the weapon project. I'm counting on you, Alphonse. Don't let our sacrifices be in vain. Rex, have you forgotten what I told you? You mustn't use Oversoul. I can't lose you two.
We both know I can't win without it. Besides, we need the combat data of the Emerald weapon fighting at its peak if we're gonna have any chance of perfecting the synthetic Eorzean system. You know I'm not the sort to do things by halves.
Forgive me, Rex.
Don't you worry about me. If this is where I meet my end, I'll do it with a smile on my face. The rest is up to you, Alphonse. You know, I think the problem for me why Werlyt doesn't hit as hard as it should is it just feels like if with what their ultimate goals end up being, it feels like it would have made more sense for them to just go like, okay, we should just join him. We should just join Gaius when we defeated the Ruby weapon or something. Like, I don't know why. It's not that it like rings hollow or something. It's just like they ultimately don't like Valen's either. Like, it's not like they feel like they're like fighting for something that will. It just their ideals seem to be someone else's ideals anyways. So their faith in them seems weird to me. This is the girl you spoke of, yes? She was locked in a cell, but I saw no harm in letting her out. I can't say for certain, but it seems she's been through quite an ordeal. No. Why? Rex, why?
Gaius, once we've extracted the core, we'll take it back to Turncliffe for analysis.
Perhaps she could come with us?
There's no use in her staying here.
Hits me in the sibling feels, yeah. That's true, but even in all my years of game time so far, I've yet to see any player characters that mimic the same ratio. Oh, just a moment. Okay, my roommate told me that we had pizza, so, or topper sticks, so I couldn't not grab some.
Severa is taking care of Allie, but it may be some time until her nerves have settled. The vision you've witnessed is indeed true. Alphonse and Rex locked her away for her own safety. When she's ready, I will know more of what her brothers hope to achieve, and why he must resort to such desperate measures. Allie's condition has improved somewhat, but she remains in a state of shock. We must give her some more time to recover. There were other things that I thought you should know. When we checked her injuries, we saw that her black is covered in welts and bruises. Who did this to her? It seems she was subjected to beatings on a regular basis. Judging by the varied stages of bruising, I dare say this was the work of her Garlean masters. You speak as though you've seen this before. Seen? I've lived through this myself.
I was born in Werlyt 23 summers past. My mother was a local woman, but my father was a pure-blooded Garlean and a member of the occupying forces. Though I know very little about him, his rank afforded me imperial citizenship. His acknowledgement of our familial ties was the extent of the responsibility he took for bringing me into this world. Still, it is more than I can be said for most of his ilk. My mother and I were shunned by the people of Werlyt, who treated us as badly as the Garleans did, if not worse. I thought that if I were to become an imperial soldier, my position might somehow deter those who would cast scorn on my mother. If only out of fear. And so I joined the army. The acceptance I earned was but a temporary, however, and my superiors were quick to blame any perceived shortcomings on my savage lineage. Rather than waste time on official court-martials, they administered their own form of corporal punishments. I was eventually assigned to the 12th Legion and fought under Xenos Galvus in Alamigo. In the chaos that followed our defeat, I see the opportunity to flee to Werlyt. What was never much of a home, it was all I had, but nothing could prepare me for what awaited. My mother had for many years suffered from poor health and relied on medicine to keep her alive. In my absence, the Garleans had denied her treatment, claiming that it would be wasted on savages. By the time I could return to her side, there was naught I could do. There was nothing left for me in Werlyt. I would be punished for desertion if the Imperials discovered the reason for my return, and I was never accepted by my so-called countrymen to begin with. I ran as far as my legs could carry me. It was then that I met Gaius.
So that is the truth of it. Other than a few scant details, I knew naught of your past. It sickens me to think that I once fought under the same banner as such vile creatures. I had always believed it to be the duty of the strong to lead the weak, yet there are those who become drunk on the power afforded by their station and prey on the ones that they should protect. Like a canker, this corruption is spread to every part of the Empire.
But I don't think it's a bug, I think it's a feature.
Even those with Garlean blood such as myself are subjected to their cruelty. They have particular contempt for the Al Ra, an easy target for abuse being so few in number. Perhaps like me, Ali thought she would be spared such treatment once she joined the army. Alas. I only hope that with time, Ali can put the past behind her and make a new life for herself. But for now, all we can do is wait for her delirium to subside. It is Hydaelyn's turn to keep watch. Let us ask him if there would be been any change yet.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god, I'm torturing myself. I'm sorry. I need to eat at least something. I haven't eaten yet today. The closet is closest Elzen versus Al Ra, but I think I have some min height for him. Yeah. Yeah, you're not wrong, I see. Any particular reason a male Al Ra felt like a good fit, Misigo? I don't know, Infinite. I wouldn't agree with that. That's not a genuine concern. Worry, like, carving it out would, like, her actions, I don't think, change much, even if it was possible. Because there was nothing there to indicate that, right? It wasn't that there actually was something growing and she cut it out. There was nothing. But her, like... It also doesn't defend the way in which she treated Arnvald in general. You're right. There is a slight difference, right? You're right. There's a slight difference in that technically something would have been possible to have been created. In my opinion, I don't think it really changes anything, though, because it's like, if Arnvald had something growing in, then fair enough. But, like, her madness and fear let her act on something that just wasn't even there. Here's the thing. Armvald's mother had been through a lot, so I have some sympathy. And I understand that, like, Armvald was a constant reminder of her suffering and what had happened to her. But she took an innocent boy who did nothing wrong and treated him awfully.
I suppose you're here to ask about Ali. Is she well enough to speak with us yet?
As her condition has improved somewhat, I would say so. Provided you do not cause any undue stress. Wait here.
Ali, I'm sorry. What happened to Rex, it was my fault. Milisandia and Rickon too. They died because of me and my foolish ambitions.
Father, no.
This cannot go on. Please, Ali, you must tell me all you know.
Of course.
First, I need to know what became of you and your siblings after we were parted.
So much has happened. It seems like a lifetime ago. After your disappearance, we were all assigned to the newly reformed 7th Legion. At first, each legatus was quickly replaced by the next, until eventually a man named Valens Van Varo was given command. Wow, Valens Van Varo. He was sent from the capital, but before that, he was a specialist in experimental magitech weaponry. He later discovered that he was ordered by Emperor Varus to complete a project involving anti-primal war machina, the weapons. But after the Emperor's death, he was free to employ whatever methods he saw fit, and his greed for power only grew. Some even saying he's planning to use that power of the weapons to lay claim to the throne. But I think there's another reason for his obsession with the weapon project. Not that he'd ever tell anyone, but he's always muttering to himself, and I've been able to put the pieces together. He's jealous of you, Father.
Valens Van Varo. I must admit, it was only recently that I first heard the name.
Valens uses knowledge of magitech to devise various military strategies. He was given in a position in the army and quickly rose through the ranks. That was until one man stood in his way. You, Father. He was one of the candidates to lead the new 14th Legion, but that role fell to you. After that, he was assigned to serve under a far more gifted engineer, Nero, who was in charge of restoring the Ultima weapon. Valens has resented you ever since, going so far as to oppose the ideals you upheld, where you treated those who served the Empire based on merit rather than of their race or origin. Valens is adamant that pure-blooded Garleans are superior to all others. It never ceases to amaze me how far some will go in the name of revenge, all that hatred festering away. Nothing good could ever come of it.
So the marks on your body are his handiwork.
Yes. To Valens and his men, we are no more than fodder for his experiments, playthings on which they can vent their frustrations. Every day is filled with nothing but pain.
If I had remained in Garlemald, you would have been forced to endure their abuse.
It's not your fault, Father. We could have fled from Valens if we wanted to, after all. We were expendable and easily replaced. The truth is that it's exactly why we couldn't run. In saving ourselves, we would be condemning others, but if we were to stay to see the weapon project to its completion, we would gain the power to defeat Valens and then the Empire itself, freeing the world from its tyranny. That's a good justification. Yeah, I mean, like, I don't know why that just doesn't work for me very well, like, on an emotional level. Because, like, it's a good, like, from a writing level, it's a good justification. It's just, like, I don't know. I feel like you're still serving the machine at that point, turn against it, you know? But, you know, that way we might start afresh and find a place where we can call home. And not just for us, but for anyone who wishes to live in peace.
You would give your lives for the future you may not live to see.
So, like, yeah, that makes sense. We took courage from your teachings, Father. The strong must lead the weak, and we would gain that strength by whatever means necessary. We will fight for the sake of those who cannot. Okay, and also the reason that they act that way is because of being his children and taking that lesson that strength, power is, you seek power and use that as its own, to the end that you want to accomplish. But we knew that you'd never consent to our participation in the weapon project, which is why we couldn't turn to you for help. As the pilots, we're the only ones who are able to stop Valen's. We know just how powerful the weapons are. He could use them to bring the world to its knees. And his masterpiece is the worst of them all. If only I could get my hands on it, then I could save Alphonse and all of Werlyt. Father, I know you and Alphonse stand on opposing sides of this conflict, but there must be some way you can help him. He may have called you our enemy before, but he never meant it. He still loves you, Father. You are everything he aspires to be.
I have failed him, failed you all. But I refuse to abandon him to his fate. I will free him from Valen's if it is the last thing I do.
Thank you. He needs you, now more than ever.
Listen, Ali, I once sought the strength to rebuild the world as I saw fit, but the ultimate weapon was born not to create, but to destroy. Alphonse must not follow in my footsteps. I know all too well where they lead.
Okay, yep. Their justification makes sense because they follow in Gaius' footsteps before he's changed. And this is good writing.
I will do all I can to help you, brother. Pray, tell me where he is.
I'm sorry. I don't know where he could be.
In that case, I shall have the Alliance dispatch scouts. Wherever he is, we will find him. As for you, Ali, you must stay here and rest.
Wait, you're the one who fought Rex and Rickon in Milisandia, aren't you? We're the ones who threatened your homeland. You only did what you had to do. I have no right to ask this of you, but... lend my father your strength. Save Alphonse. I now know why they call you hero. Alphonse, I'll do what I must to free you, even if it means going against Father's wishes. But I have a good feeling about his new friend.
Severa, see that she has everything she needs.
Infinite, I would say yes. I feel like the answer is regardless of the Garlean or Allagan use. The point is, it is a weapon that is meant for nothing but destruction. Not building, not construction. It doesn't matter who's using it. Ultimately, it just destroys.
Our allies must be informed of these troubling events. May I ask you to relay this news to the troops in Garabania?
Your loving father acts may fool the others, Gaius, but not me. For every life you've saved, you've ended 1,000 more. Or is this your idea of redemption?
Call it what you will. For all my transgressions, I believe I still have a part to play.
Huh. Was I wrong to spare you that day, or will you honor your word? It seems the time has come for the Black Wolf to show his true colors.
What's interesting is they have, like, him saying that and stuff like that, but, like, there's at no point in this story where it seems like Gaius isn't anything but completely sincere. Like, there's not even, like, a hint otherwise.
Ready to return to Garabania.
It's interesting that she implies the Emperor would not have approved of his methods. Yeah, well, remember, people don't necessarily know that Solus was Emmett, but also... I think part of that is also the implication that he'll do whatever it takes to get the weapons online because he's going to use them to his own ends, you know? Then maybe... Oh, Misako, what was... You said something, yeah. I think my female Aura was too close to me IRL and a little too cute for my taste in game. I find role-playing aspect is much easier with a character very different from me. Interesting. That, and I'm maybe one of the few people that find goofy male Aura run to endearing and kind of cute. Everyone talking about Paya. They're trying Varys' anti-Ascian plan against Valen's. Doesn't matter what language might be around them. Weapons can't be used for peace. Doesn't matter what language might be used around them. Weapons can't be used for peace. Yeah, they're not... They're tools of destruction, right? It's not... Like, sometimes it's about how you wield a tool. But sometimes a tool only has a specific purpose. And ultimately, even when put in the right hands, it results in destruction. We recently received word of your victory over the Emerald Weapon. I expect it was another fine display on your part. Not that any of us were there to see it. For that reason, we'd be grateful if you could give us a blow-by-blow account if you wouldn't mind. Yeah, so I, like, killed the thing, and I hit it real hard again. Good grief, sounds like you had an awful lot to contend with. Rather you than me.
I shall add this to our ever-growing stack of reports. Should anyone wish to review the information ahead of the next sortie. Now, if I may say so, it looks like your ordeals have taken their toll. We'll let you know anything if it requires your attention. But then, till then, be sure to get some rest. Bum, bum, ba, ba. Yeah. Yeah, Infinite. Meanwhile, in the 7th Legion Correction Chambers. Three weapons, 3 pitiful displays of ineptitude. Ah! To make matters worse, one of my prime candidates, your precious sister, no less, has escaped. And who should she go crawling to but the swine Gaius? After everything I've done for her, and this is how she repays me. As her older brother, it's your responsibility to instill some discipline in her, and you failed miserably. Well, don't just stand there, boy. Oh, of course, it's your first time, isn't it? Come along, then. There's no need to be shy. You see, something wicked has taken hold in this young man, and it's our job to cleanse his troubled spirit. It may look painful, but it's the only way, I assure you. He'll be ever so grateful. And you want him to get better, don't you? That's a good boy. Now, let's try again, shall we? Burn out the bad. 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 Ah! Ah! Well done! You've made father proud. Very proud indeed. As for you, I thought you were a cut above the rest of the savages, but it appears I was mistaken. And since you allowed that wretched sister of yours to escape, it falls to you to act as her replacement. I chose you as the next pilot, and your mission is simple. Kill Gaius Van Balthor, whatever it takes. And if you so much as entertain the idea of betraying me again, I'll exterminate every last one of your kind. Like the vermin they are! Having said that, we we will be forcibly initiating Oversoul using Xenos' combat data, so whatever your schemes you may be hatching will never come to pass. All you need to do is sit back and let the synthetic Eorzean system do the work with you as its conduit. You should thank me for allowing you to become part of my masterpiece. Your worthless existence will finally have some semblance of meaning.
Lord Valens, preparations for the Oversoul trial are complete. We await your orders.
Splendid. There's never a dull moment around here. Now then, boys, who'd like to see something special? Come along, everyone. Father has a secret to share with you.
I mean, AC, I feel like you answered your own question. I mean, it's the combat data of the greatest swordsman they've ever had.
This is my chance. And it's all thanks to the sacrifice made by my dear siblings. Finally, the weapon will be mine to command. Once it has reached perfection, I'll be unstoppable. First Valens, then the Empire itself will fall, and we'll be free at last. Father, keep Allie safe. Melisandre, Rickon, Rex. I'll see this through to the end. I promise. Until then, watch over me.
Yeah, exactly, Oblivion. Yeah, about yeah, start doing good now.
So, is it ready or not?
The trial sequence has been primed, sir.
Then get on with it!
Initiating synthetic Eorzean system. Loading diamond weapon simulation. What's going on?
You're helping us with a little research whatever your name is. The time has come for you to contribute to the glory of Garlemald.
This isn't what we agreed. You said that if I took part in the experiment, you'd let my family go.
You have Xenos' data loaded, yes? Activate Oversoul and be quick about it!
Understood, Lord Lord Valens. Galva's combat sample ready. Initiating organic core overwrite. My mind, no! This is what it takes to sink you both! I love you! I'm so sorry!
Where is my prey? Organic core override complete. Xenos Yagalva's data loaded. The subject is instinctively bound to seek out prey, right from the outset, regardless of the combat prowess it may boast. I need an obedient servant, not a ravenous beast. Enough. Shut it down. Deactivating synthetic oversight system. Oh, how revolting. What a mess it makes of the cockpit. Adjust the settings and prepare for another run. Fortunately, we have the next test subject ready and waiting. But sir, you agreed to release his family in exchange for his cooperation. My, I never knew you had such a wonderful sense of humor. The great Valens Vivaro, bargaining with savages! Ha! More fool for him for trusting me in the first place.
Fuck Valens. And also, that is actually probably the most emotional I've been up to this point. Thanks, Infinite. Yeah, it's even worse. Good job. Yeah, yeah, what exactly makes it seems one of the absolute creepiest in game. I got yeah, which is hilarious. New combat styles. I got this part. I think it would have summoned to require weapons had it oversoul been activated. Yeah. Big thing of hot coals is there a question of how cold the floor was. Still much colder than his back, I bet. Yeah. It might be painful. I also have to wonder if many of the stone flooring in the closest to the cold compresses he's going to get. Yeah, but it's not going to help much. Also, if you've ever had your like flesh seared by like, so I've had my flesh seared by liquid metal before from like casting failures and stuff, and like it's just pain at a certain point. If you have like true like major burns over a large, like you don't want anything to touch it because it just hurts. It's just incredibly painful. Would the Echo be capable of protecting someone from the effects of Oversoul? Good question. I would say not necessarily, because I don't think that's just ethereal corruption. I don't think it's, well, maybe. Blessing of Light, maybe, mixed with the Echo, maybe. Elizabeth's watching this from just after the solo doing 5.3. Man, you really could have seen this coming. Yeah. We assumed he turned into various monsters versions of Xenos physically too, right? Yes, if you looked closely, you could see like Xenos' almost hair on the blue model thing in there. Probably cooler than his back for sure. Those kids are going to need a lot of therapy. Yeah. What is it about Magitech being involved with Mad Clowns in FF? Is it? I mean, other than Kefka, when are the other times that we have clowns? Also, friendly reminder, if you have not unlocked the EX trials, talk to this guy to unlock the EX trials. Give me a second. Valens is a mad clown because he is a joke. I think it takes more than that to be a clown. Ah, Elu. I was hoping I might have a word with you. Ever since Turncliffe was liberated, we've been sending troops to aid in getting the town back on its feet, helping the residents and that sort of thing. We Alamegans know how hard life can be for a society struggling to stand on its own after years of imperial rule. A lot of what most people would take for granted has to be rebuilt from the ground up. While we're able to assist when it comes to providing basic resources and keeping the place safe, there are countless other problems that need attending to. If you can spare the time, we could use your help. Bless you, Elio. You really are a saint. I'm sure the people of Turncliffe will benefit from having someone like you around. Once you're ready, have a word with the usual escort. I wish you all the best. So, friendly reminder. So, like, by the end of this, Turncliffe at the very least is liberated, and effectively based off of what's said, at the very least, the Garleans in most of Werlyt are wiped out thanks to the diamond weapon. So all this basically by the time Endwalker starts is roughly is secured. Same with Bosnia, right? Over in here. So the like we've already encroached a little bit into Ilsabard by the time Endwalker begins. Get myself a near first degree burns on my back with a heating pad. Oof, long story, it was buggered and needed surgery. Oh, but yeah, you want nothing touching it, yeah. I think it's more the mad engineers. Yeah, and most FF games are very clownish, like Hojo. Yeah. They have dramatic, almost clown-like, Machiavellian clown, yeah. It's like clown is not even the word I would use, but I see what you're saying, and it works. We'll learn more with 6.4, I guess. Oh, yeah. Well, I wouldn't be surprised if Corvos was a 7.0 thing rather than a 6.4 one. But maybe. Driven mad by the machine, yeah. Jungulars and Yulmore, and we have Zorn and Thorn and 9. Who the fuck is Jungulars? Oh, the Jungulars of Yulmar. Oh my god, my brain for some reason read Yulmar as Bosnia for a second. Yeah. But they don't really have an association with Magitech though. Like those are clown. There's also a difference between jester and clown, too. You know, like that can have a different kind of energy sometimes. But I mean, like even if I'm being pedantic with Pat, we assume that there is no differentiation there. Like even then, there's not really a specific association with them and Magitech.
So the boss roped you into helping, didn't he? I knew you couldn't say no.
From Nail, Sephiroth to Valen's Hojo. Poor 7th can't catch a break. It's a really interesting point you got there, Infinite. There's a really interesting point you got there. Definitely Mad Engineer types. The Mad Engineer archetype is definitely a thing in Final Fantasy. I just don't know why I would say Clown. Yeah, Clown is definitely out for Kefka. No question.
You're the one who piloted the War Machina and defeated the Sapphire Weapon, aren't you?
That's me.
I thought so. I haven't heard much about you, but I doubt you know who I am. My name is Avelina, and I grew up here. I stayed throughout the occupation and was put to work on its Magitech engineer. Thanks to you and yours, we're now rid of the Imperials, though I fear many of us will struggle to put the past behind us. For 10 long years, we suffered at their hands. A whole generation of young people were forced into the army and sent off to die in some distant land. I suppose I could be considered one of the few lucky. My work here kept me away from the battlefield, and I hope that my contributions might help others live long enough to make their way home. In the end, most of them never returned. Though my efforts were in vain, I can at least honor their memory. I want to leave something behind for their sake, to prove that they hadn't been forgotten. A monument bearing their names. To ensure that not a single person is omitted, I need to see the official list of conscripts. If one still exists, it would be inside the Imperial facility, beneath the town. But with the resistant troops and Ironworks engineers closing the place off, I can't get near it. Perhaps you might have a word with them for me? I'll leave as soon as I find the list. I'm on it. Let me worry about it. Thank you. I'll follow your lead.
Wait, Kefka's a Jester is one of the who entertains royalty. Clown is the one who dies. The boss mechanic complains on the tank not having big enough eye level. Well played, Infinite. Well played.
Something I can help you with.
Yeah, could you let me down to try and find a list of the conscripts? My friend here could use it.
I see. It's a bit unusual for one of the locals to show an interest in the Imperial's leavings, but it seems she has her reasons. Since we're trying to carry out our investigations, we close the place off to prevent anyone interfering. Consider it's you who's asking, though. I can hardly say no. Still, I better go with her in case there's the others kick up a fuss. You're very kind.
Avelina. Oh, lady, oof. See, but I would say Arden is dramatic. You know, like I would say that there's an archetype of the dramatic antagonist. Like Emmett Selk, Arden, you could include Kefka under that. But I think that's different than calling them all clowns. You know, they are the dramatists, in a sense. They all share that element. like a flair, a panache for the dramatic. Does that seem fair? Though we infected with Starcher, he looked like a demonic Joker. He looked like a demonic Joker. I guess, but it's just saying that, like, you know, ink kind of made it look like a little bit like clown makeup is different than calling him like a clown, you know? Because I feel like then you're just reaching to like anything that it kind of aesthetically mimics that. Aesthetic alone, a clown doth not make.
I'm sorry for any trouble I've caused. You had me thanks. Think nothing of it. I was glad to help. As I expected, the Imperials kept a detailed records of their local conscripts. One name in particular stood out to me. My friend, Melisandre. I had no idea she'd been assigned to the Civil Legion of all places. How did you know her? And what do you mean of all places? It all began while we were serving together in the 14th Legion. We had much in common, but with being drafted from the same occupied territory, we soon became firm friends. Then one day, she was sent to fight in Eorzean while I remained here. The day before she left, she came to say goodbye together with her foster siblings from the orphanage. The youngest one, Rickon, was particularly upset about not being allowed to speak with their adopted father, Gaius Vin Belsar, before they departed. It was actually another of his orphans, Livia Sas Junis, who forbid them from seeing him. Can't say for certain, but it seemed that Livia had a strong attachment to Gaius and wouldn't let anyone else near him.
That sounds like Livia.
As far as I could tell, he tried to do his best to keep Livia at arm's length whenever possible, but her devotion to him was bordering on obsession, and she became extremely jealous at the slightest sign of affection between him and other wards.
Yeah, it's a little fucked.
Others, however, treated them far more kindly. In fact, a prefectus castrorum of the 14th Legion came specifically to meet them.
Oh, it's Ratatan!
While I was surprised that Eorzean had risen to such a rank, I was even more taken aback by the unguarded manner in which he spoke with his subordinates. I had hoped that with people like him serving on the Eorzean front, they would be in safe hands.
That's Ratatan outside of his armor.
Then the time came for Melisandre to leave. We shared a few final words and then she was gone. It would be the last I ever saw of her. After that, I was assigned to the Tribunus Lecticlavius of the 14th, near Tolskavian. I worked on restoring the ultimate weapon. I was even at the Praetorium on the day it was destroyed, but I escaped aboard an Imperial ship moments before it came crashing down. I eventually made my way back to Werlyt, only to be drafted into the 7th Legion to continue working on the weapon project. Even now, it makes me sick to my stomach to think I'd help bring those abominations into this world. Using an 11 pilot to feed the weapons core was part of the design from the very beginning, of course. They never dream of subjecting trueborn Garleans to such barbaric treatments, not when the 7th Legion had already supplied provincial conscripts ripe for the taking. The pilots were referred to only by their code names, and we engineers were not privy to their true identities. Even with this list of conscripts, I still don't know who was sacrificed in the name of the weapon project. Let's bring an end to this weapon project together. But what can I do? For years, all I've known is how to build tools of destruction. The 7th Legion is far from finished. They're biding their time waiting until the right moment to unleash the final weapon. And even when they do, it'll bring naught but death and woe to all who stand in their way. Even after everything they've taken from us, they still want more. If it weren't for the Empire, Melisandre wouldn't still be here. She was the kindest person I ever met to the Empire, she was just another pawn in their games. I will never, ever forget her. There's a way I can make a difference. I know there is. But first, I need to speak with the members of the Ironworks. I have a feeling that War Machina you used to be the Sapphire weapon will be called to action again. Until then, there's still time to make improvements, and I intend to help. Still be going ahead with the plan to build the monument, but stopping the Empire must come first. I hope Melisandre and the others can wait a little longer. Before I go, allow me to express my gratitude. I don't know what I would have done if it weren't for you. Until we meet again.
All this time I thought he was a Highlander. Yeah, no, he's a Rogan. I mean, like, one of his builds a Rogan, but they also tell you that he's Rogan in... Maybe it isn't in AR. Maybe it's only in EE1. Ready to return to Yerbanya. Sounds good, Kane. Kane, I don't know if we're already friends, but if you want to send me a friend request, that's the easiest way for me to be able to easily pick you out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, yeah, we only have one slot. The fact he was a row is pretty important in showing Gaius' principles, as said in the cutscene. He held extremely high position for a non-Garlean non-hearer. I mean, to be fair, it's not really, the non-hearer part's not super the important thing. Really, the non-Garlean part's the important thing. Because Garlean do not consider themselves hearer. You know, like, they consider them a completely different race. To a Garlean, the difference between hearer and Garlean is the same as the difference between Eorzean and hearer. You know? A hearer with a Rogan name would be interesting, though. I know there is a hearer with a Rogan name. Maybe it's Rogan with a hero name. I don't know, but also reworked solo duty. They also show his affection for his soldiers, retroactively making this cutscene even more sad. Yeah, works really well. Yeah. Is Roswin? I mean, Roswin would be. Roswin, yeah. The leech. So how was your time in Turncliffe? Well, you know, sad. I see. Fate has dealt her a cruel hand, but now she has a chance to make a fresh start. The same could be said of the whole of Turncliffe. It seems the liberation of that one small town will become a pivotal movement in the Werlyt's history. Perhaps it won't be too long before the rest of the region is free from the Empire. Naturally, we'd be honored to fight alongside the people of Werlyt. We won't rest until the Imperials are sent fleeing with their tails between their legs. Until that day arrives, we'll carry on doing our bit to support you and the others in ending the weapons project. And be sure to pass on any pertinent information in the meantime. Take care. Oh, that was an interstitial one. That wasn't even the diamond one. They've come at the right time. There have been some developments in the Werlyt we'd like to share with you. And as luck would have it, here comes the ideal person to explain the situation.
Thank you. I'll take it from here.
Oh, it's Minago. Hi, I'm glad to see you looking at so well, Elio. Oh my god, it's been too long, Minago.
What if you just picked the wrong one?
Yes, it certainly has. I haven't seen you around Raglar's Reach much lately. Everyone would think you're trying to avoid me. But as much as I'd love to stand around chatting, I'm afraid I got some serious business to discuss. Following the liberation of Turncliffe, it seems the people of Werlyt also had their hearts set on freeing themselves from the grip of the Empire. Like-minded citizens have rallied under the banner of Werlyt, revolutionaries and they aim to depose the 7th Legion that currently occupy the city. Their ranks include many former conscripts between them, and between them they possess no small amount of combat experience. The only thing they lack is someone to lead them. As much consideration, they decided to turn to none other than Gaius Belsar. Of course, many would balk at the thought of turning to former enemy, and many did. But desperate times call for desperate measures. His reputation as a legatus speaks for itself. As most Alamegans will attest, he was a far more reasonable and pragmatic leader than his predecessor, the Mad King Theodric, or his successor, Xenos for that matter. But most importantly, he was the one who led the invasion of Werlyt in the first place, so who better than him to take it back? After accepting their offer, he requested the delivery of additional arms and provisions from the Alamegan resistance. Not that we had much to spare at present, but we'll do what we can. While my comrades see to the preparations, I've been assigned to meet with him in person. I was wondering, could you accompany me to Turncliffe? Thanks, Elio. To be perfectly honest, coming face to face with the Black Wolf is a rather daunting prospect, even if he is supposedly turned over a new leaf. But I'm sure having you there will make a world of difference. I believe you're acquainted with our escorts, yes? Let him know when you're ready to get going. Makoto has a thing for Sid. Yeah. Doesn't Sid have an interest in Makoto, or is it the other way around? Makoto definitely has the same thing for Sid. Whether that's reciprocated is ambiguous. I mean, it kind of... I feel like by Zadnor it's a little, like, seems implied that, yeah. But, like... I don't know. Your mileage may vary, probably. Oh, hey, there you are. Excuse your honor. I'd have a bad habit of using the overly familiar name for sun cats I like. I mean, they might get upset about that. Doesn't mean you can't. Yeah, Minago is great. Good friend that we can't glamour for some reason. Am I crazy? Is it like every expansion there's at least one delivery that you can't? Right? I might be wrong about that. Can you glamour Andon? I know you can glamour, obviously you can glamour Emilians, but... Nope, Nago's the only custom delivery species. She's the only one? Interesting. I wonder if that's because she's in story cuts afterwards, like in Shadowbringers. Yes, Andon can be glamored. Okay, Andon you can. Yeah, her and Eltol. Eltol makes sense though, right? Say hello to my primal cat girl. Yeah. But then Kaishir. Kaishir's great. I love it, and also him glamming him makes a lot of sense too. Gaius Baelsar, I presume. I come bearing the Alamegan Resistance officials a reply to your request for aid.
I see. You have my thanks. Does this mean we can finally make our move? With the assistance of the Alamegans, we will soon have sufficient arms at our disposal to stand a chance at victory. But lest we forget, the 7th Legion has been conserving its strength thus far. We must be prepared for severe casualties should its full might be brought to bear.
If our lives must be the price of freedom, we will pay it willingly. Let me be clear. We Alamegans have not forgotten that it was you who led the invasion of our homeland. The blood of our fallen loved ones is on your hands. Even so, the people at Werlyt chose you to lead the revolution, and we will honor their decision. I only hope they will not come to regret it. As do I. Should I be found unworthy of their trust, I shall submit to their judgment in whatever they may entail. Forgive me, but we might be returned to the task at hand. First, I would like to discuss the transportation of supplies from Alamigo. Alamigo! For Alamigo!
This way, if you please.
Dude, we're gonna get to Corvos and we're gonna find out that Garleans were like an Allegan experiment or something. I'm just like, they come from Locus Amenos. There's a bunch of Allegan ruins there. They're obsessed with Allegan tech. It's like, we know, like, the timeline matches up in terms of when they ended up in the like proto-Galgians, or yeah, like it's coming. It's coming.
Once again, I'm prepared to lead an army into Werlyt. The irony is not lost on me. It is a cruel twist of fate that these people, so desperate from years of oppression, should turn their conquerors for salvation. For most of my life, I believed that only the Empire possessed the strength and wisdom to lead mankind. That only through great sacrifice could civilization hope to thrive. And so I led the conquest of Eorzea, forcing the doctrine of Garlemald upon the ignorant and uncivilized in every territory. I sought out those, the ignorant and uncivilized. I sought out those with the potential for greatness without regard for one's birth or circumstances, that they may serve the Empire. But there are those such as Valens who see being born Garlean a virtue in and of itself, one above all others. To think that a monster such as him should be granted the position of legatus and everything that entails, that makes my blood boil.
That's always what was gonna happen.
Valens brings shame upon our homeland and makes mock of the ideals it once stood for. By my hand he shall pay for his foul crimes.
Inexorably is where it leads. That shit leads, though.
We are running out of time, Gaius. We have to go after her.
There's something I would show you, but not here. Come with me.
They aren't. If I recall, she doesn't really. We have to make tools very specifically for. They aren't on the first. Oh, Alligans? Yeah. Or sorry, not Alligans. Garleans? Yeah. And that's another thing to add towards that theory. Basically, I'm telling you, we're gonna find out the Alligans are basically the Ixal. I mean, they're either the Ixal or the Ixalian, depending on how you want to define it. Although it's probably they just experimented on like cures. Like they may have experimented on the Gaugians, or the Gaugians. Actually, it probably makes sense that they conquered the Gaugians and then experimented on the Gaugians. That's probably what happened. That would make sense. That one Allegan lab tech. What if we gave them, wait for it, a zit? You know, you wait for your moments. If their chemistry, son, it mutates in response to physical trauma. You can't hurt them, Jack. What happened if we got our hands on Valens instead of Gaius? What do you mean, got our hands on them? So this is YouTube. We're contractually obligated to say like, share, and subscribe. Thank you, V.
You must keep this to yourself. I do not want the soldiers to think I am being distracted by personal matters. This letter was found in her room.
Dear Father, I'm sorry for leaving without saying goodbye, but the thought of Alphonse suffering alone is more than I can bear. For his sake and for the freedom of Werlyt, I've decided to take matters into my own hand. I know of a way to save them, a way to end it all. I have to see this chance before it's too late. My mind is set. Please do not try to stop me, Father. The days we spent together were the happiest of my life, and no matter what happens, nothing can take that away from me. With all my love, Ali.
She is heading for the 7th Legion stronghold in Werlyt, I'm certain of it.
Taking matters into her own hands. She must be planning to take control of one of the weapons. If so, there's no time to waste. We have to mobilize our forces and save Ali and Alphonse.
I want nothing more than to save them, but I cannot risk the Werlyt revolutionaries to risk I cannot ask the Werlyt revolutionaries to risk their lives to rescue 2 Imperial soldiers. In any case, if we were to rush into battle without adequate preparation, the 7th Legion would tear our Parzan army to shreds. And as a capable warrior as Elio is, if we were to charge headlong into the heart of the enemy, he would be overwhelmed by sheer numbers.
But if we don't do something, Ali and Alphonse are as good as dead.
I know, Severa, and so did Ali when she wrote the letter. Returning alive was never part of her plan.
Can you hear me? I'm in Werlyt, just outside Castrum Collinum. All hell's broken loose.
Castrum Collinum?
There was an enormous explosion, and through the smoke and flames, I saw what appeared to be another weapon. At this rate, the entire...
Confounded, we've lost the signal. This must be what Ali spoke of in her letter, a way to end it all. Alphonse and the others were planning this from the beginning, to bring the weapon project to completion and use it to free Werlyt from the Empire, even at the cost of their own lives.
If the revolutionaries were to hear that a weapon has been unleashed upon the Imperial headquarters, they would see it as a perfect opportunity to strike. If it's running amok, it may not distinguish between our allies and the Imperials. A large force would draw too much attention, but the 3 of us would be able to get close, perhaps close enough to stop it without it noticing us.
Listen to me, guys. Between us, we will find a way to save them. I cannot allow it. This is my burden to bear, and I shall bear it alone. Rest assured, I have every intention of making out alive. Very well. For the time being, I will have the revolutionaries stand by and wait my signal. An opportunity to reclaim Werlyt may yet present itself, but we must be allowed to remove the threat of this new weapon. Severa, have Sid ready the G-Warrior.
Understood. It's not a bone protrusion. I mean, 1, it's opalescent, but 2, there's like other references to potentially giving peripheral vision or any number of other things. So it's definitely not just a bone protrusion.
Once your preparations are complete, let us reconvene outside the hangar.
Garlean, I think, is like a sensory organ, I recall. Some people claim that. It's dubious for sure if it is.
Sometime earlier in the 7th Legion's Werlyt headquarters.
But, like, there are claims for that. But its canonicity is a little unclear.
How wonderful. It is to see you again, my dear. I was just beginning to think you weren't coming back. In my impatience, I may have vented my frustrations on that brother of yours. I do hope you'll forgive me. Lord Valens, you mentioned before that the previous weapons were merely prototypes used to gather combat data with their cores. Yes, very good. I see we're paying attention after all. Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald. The primals that they absorbed and the data they accumulated will serve a singular purpose. The completion of my masterpiece, the diamond weapon. But while you and your siblings were able to retrieve the necessary data from the ruby weapon before Gaius and his lackeys arrived, Sapphire and Emerald were handled to the enemy on a silver platter. Those worthless curs failed to meet even my exceedingly low expectations. As detailed in my report, I took it upon myself to infiltrate Gaius Baelsor's band of rebels and reclaim the data. Oh, yes, you have done well, my dear. My engineers have already finished feeding it to the diamond weapon. Then all that remains is for me to assume my role as its pilot, and for you to release my brother and the rest of our compatriots as per our arrangement. Of course, of course. A handful of savages is a small price to pay for your remarkable talents. Even though the weapons project revolutionary technology allows even an untrained pilot to fight with the skills of a veteran soldier, only the truly gifted can draw out the full potential of the synthetic Eorzean. In addition to their physical attributes, the combat prowess, I require unwavering loyalty before I can even consider entrusting a candidate with one of my creations. And you are everything I desire. I am honored that you regard me so highly, Lord Valens. However, in return for my continued cooperation, I wish to propose an extra condition to our arrangement. I request that the people of Werlyt be given full imperial citizenship and the right to self-govern. My, how very bold of you. And quite astute at that. Yes, I could grant the people of Werlyt citizenship if I so desired. Unfortunately, a mere legatus such as myself is in no position to simply relinquish control of the imperial territory on a whim. Come now, we both know that the weapons are but a means to an end. Your true intent is to march on the capital and claim it for yourself, correct? Once you've taken the throne, one small territory would seem a fair reward for those who played a vital role in the ascension of Emperor Valens. I say, for someone so sweet and innocent, you certainly drive a hard bargain. Very well. If it's Werlyt you want, it's yours. I'll soon have no need for such stinkling backwater provinces anyway. And what about my brothers? Ah, yes, Alwick, or what was it, Alfred? Whatever his name is, you needn't worry. I made special arrangements for him. He'll be perfectly safe, provided you uphold your side of the arrangement. Excellent! Now, let's get you aboard the diamond weapon, shall we? Ah, one step closer to my coronation! This is the moment I've been waiting for. I know this isn't what Father would have wanted, but it's the only way. Please forgive me. Initiating the synthetic Eorzean system. All sensors activated. So far, so good. Diamond weapon code name Xenos. Commencing activation sequence. Behold, perfection itself! Melisandria, Recon, and Rex gave their lives, that others may live without fear. The Eorzean is taking hold. I'm just glad that you didn't have to go through this, Alphonse. But you'll have to go on without me. You and Father still must have worked together to... I'm sorry I can't be there at your side. This is the only way. What's that, my dear? Is something the matter? The diamond weapon is mine! Your tyranny ends here, Valens! Huh?
Low-born filth! If you think your little performance had me fooled, you are sorely mistaken. What are you waiting for? Shut it down!
Yes, my lord. Transmitting deactivation signal. Ah! It's not responding! That insolent will had me worried for a moment. Bring her to me alive, even if it means damaging the machine. When I'm through with her, she will beg for death. No, I can't let it end like this. Melisandre, Rickon, Rex, guide my hand. Alphonse, where are you? Wherever you are, lend me your strength.
Bzz, combat sample ready. Initiating overmind. Subject name. Bzz.
Overmind? What is that? Ah! This can't be! It's ignoring the shutdown signal and initiating Overmind, but how?
Idiot! I do not care how! Stop the thing before it brings down the whole castrum!
I don't think so, Infinite, but I could be wrong. It also depends on if you mean the Warrior of Light being there at all. This is kind of Deus Ex Machina moment for Ali. No, because they establish, they foreshadow why she's able to do that. It's not a god from the machine. It's because of reasons that they established during the last half of the Emerald Weapon part. If you ask me how many Garland scientists that she killed in that sudden attack, I respond probably more than us, but not by a far margin, yeah. Flood Ray. Yeah, the Warrior of Light was serving Garlemald. The Warrior of Light couldn't serve Garlemald, though, because the Hydaelyn would never give her blessing. The Warrior of Light would never... You would never get someone in that position. Basically. Ready to depart. I'll send for Master Garland. We all expected another weapon to appear sooner or later, but not quite like this. According to Hydaelyn, after it finished laying waste to the headquarters of the 7th Legion, it took to the sky. Though this has dealt a massive blow to the Imperial forces, I am certain that Ali is aboard the weapon. It must be halted before she comes to harm, and for that I need the G-Warrior and airships to transport it. I see that one thing hasn't changed since your days as the Black Wolf. Your penchant for gigantic war machina. But if this means the G-Warrior has another chance to shine, I'd be happy to oblige. Only this time, rather than having it unceremoniously towed by airships, I have a more dynamic entrance in mind. Good to see you again, Elio. From what I hear, we have you to thank for Avelina volunteering to help the Ironworks. Since you joined the team, our work has come on leaps and bounds. I'm just grateful for the opportunity to finally put my knowledge and skills to good use. And as far as I can tell you, your target is the Diamond Weapon, the most powerful of them all. What's worse is its design incorporates all the combat data and abilities of the other weapons, making it far more formidable than those you encountered before. Thankfully, we've had time to prepare for such an occasion.
Would you care to elaborate?
Let me put it like this. Thanks to Avelina's tireless dedication, the G-Warrior has been reborn. But there'll be time to explain more on the way. Come on, the Enterprise is waiting.
Thank you to everyone who's been joining during the trials today and for waiting around. I really appreciate it. Having a full party of 8 is really nice. I do think that Diamond Weapon's music is a little underwhelming. Okay, we got one G-Warrior in there.
Very impressive, but may I ask what purpose it serves?
Since our objective is to rescue the pilot, we've added a means of capturing the Diamond Weapon. We've come to save lives, not to end them, and for that reason the G-Warrior has been reborn. I present to you the G-Savior. Oh, is this what you meant for a place to take G-pose shots from, Misako?
Once again, Citad's engineers have provided precisely what we require before we even knew it ourselves.
Due to the added complexity, we'll have Guy as pilot while Elio handles the various armaments.
Agreed. There will be little opportunity for us to grow accustomed to our roles, but even so, we must succeed at all costs.
Oh wow, we already have it. Okay, wow, cool. While you and Guy deal with the Diamond Weapon, I'll be doing my best to aid Vettel in the safe return from Werlyt. Hopefully take advantage of the chaos to make good his escape. You're have to say Mr. Landy's foster siblings, Alphonse and Ali, are you? Please, do whatever you can to bring them back safely. And some of the weapons look amazing. Yeah, it's not that it's bad. It's just a bit plain without having a nostalgic impact for track like base Ultima. I didn't have any nostalgia for the base track though. Like the base track doesn't make me nostalgic. It just was a fucking banger. Like I wish this had been the Ruby weapons, and then the Ruby weapons might have been this. Like that would be awesome to to be like the final. You know, I mean, like honestly, the other one works better for the Ruby weapon, but like I don't know, I wanted something a little more. You know, this feels like the Ruby weapons version, but with more things like with less. You can get to the edge of the platform for the sky in the background. Yeah, staggering area and post-trial areas are G-Post gold. Although there are still extremely good parts in that track. Yeah, and don't get me wrong, this is a banger of a song. It's just not quite on the same level as like we got something completely unique and custom. With the Black Wolf Stalks Again, right? And with the Ruby weapon. Whereas this is just kind of like a lighter version of the Ruby weapons theme. Yeah, Alara was busy doing their carpentry. Mark 1, Anti-Icon Weapon, War Machina, the Diamond Weapon.
Target in sight. Pin it down with a salvo of missiles. Threat detected. Returning fire.
Just straight gun him. Watch it. This is an anime moment here. Watch it. Fucking kicks the missile. Okay, it is dope as hell. Whatever you want to say, this is dope as hell. Tonality be damned for a moment. It is cool. Let's do this, guys. Don't forget to hang around afterwards.
I won't let you harm my sister.
Don't forget to stick around afterwards for to take pictures.
Wait, that's not Ali. No, it can't be.
Okay, so yeah, you can see the red one down there. Time for my next trick. Jeeves Savior Mark II, opening containment field. Use the teleporter to move between decks. So like, yeah, you can see that there's the red one below. So that's either has to be something they got from Allag or they repurposed the, accessing ruby weapon data, deploying claws. The Sande grant me strength. One argument it could be sapphire or emerald weapon parts that they used to make the second one. That's one pitch I have. So like they still had to retrofit and like make something instead of like making something from scratch. Accessing sapphire weapon data. Opening chest armor. I won't let you down, Rakan. This was never going to be easy. Let's see what you make of this. Purging armor, diamond weapon. Show them what you're made of. I have to keep fighting until my dream, our dream, has been realized. True face of the diamond weapon. Stay sharp, it's far more agile than before. The Mark II is in need of repair, falling back. Raising Magitech field. There is no escape. feel like the difference between normal and EX for this is actually a really good, like normal does teach you the EX, and at least some, like, fundamental things for EX pretty well.
At this rate, it'll overheat, restoring armor. Today, we fight as one. Don't worry, Ali. I'll keep you safe.
Sorry to keep you waiting. The repairs to the Mark II should keep it airborne for now.
So it can enhance its agility, but only for a short while. We best pin it down while we can.
That's not a solution. Just killing yourself is not a solution to a mechanic. Make sure to look out for his claws. You will have time if you pay attention to which side they're on. That's the side you need to not be on. Limit break at will. Doing great, guys. Keep it up.
Accessing Emerald weapon data. Deploying beam units. This is for you, Rex.
Spread apart from each other. I don't know why I'm calling that out. There's such a delay. Remember to stick around for photos afterwards. And good job, guys.
Be the heart of Sabik.
The containment field won't hold. Okay, guys, everyone, let's all over here. So line up should be no more than, like, should be 2 rows of 4. 2 rows of 4, please. Tall people in the back. Yeah. Kane, can you... Cool. Laffy, here, I'm gonna... Perfect, okay. Now everyone do slash sit. Okay. And then... Cool. And then G-pose. Of course, Umino always trying to be special. Let's do... No, that is Laffy. Here, we'll just do that. There we go. Let me toss those on screenshots real quick. Cool. And good job, everyone. Let's finish this up, because we're already going 30 minutes long for the stream, and we've got probably a solid 10 to 15 more. The diamond weapon has the Ifrit frame. I mean, it's, yeah, it does slightly bestial, but yeah, it definitely is, yeah. Never sure meant to, like, Ifrit. I'm not sure it's meant to, yeah, just dying is not a solution mechanic. Goodbye, world strategy users, say hi. Fair, Infinite, fair. Sometimes it is a solution. Being, I can do Garland, but better again, with it being G-Savior, but red. Yeah, definitely Infinite. Might actually be more like Belias. Yeah, red mage focus just hovering over my head. Yeah. We must reach the diamond weapon before the Imperials. In all the years since the invasion, this place has hardly changed. I was expecting to find some sign of the 7th Legion here, but it would appear the diamond weapon has already taken them out of the equation. No, Kane, you're fine. It was just joking. I pray we are not too late. Yeah, no, I could tell you were trying to get to the teleporter. Interesting. This is the same mountain you can see in Turncliffe. You can see the mountain range there. Ellie.
Please take her back to Turncliffe. I have some unfinished business to attend to. Now to learn what has become of Alphonse. If you have a score to settle, now is your chance. Show yourself.
Come to gloat, have you, Gaius?
It's not over yet. You certainly have an instinct for self-preservation. I would expect nothing less from the coward who sacrificed his own soldiers to further his own ambitions.
How dare you speak to me of ambitions? You are the one who stood in my way at every turn. It's not for your meddling. The Empire would be mine! Mine!
Enough of your delusions of grandeur. Where is Alphonse? Huh?
Why, he's right in front of you.
What?
Once you hear the answer, you'll kick yourself for not realizing it sooner. You see, in all of our previous models, the combat data was either incomplete or unstable in some way, making their performance in battle wildly unpredictable. But then an idea struck me. Rather than using data gathered in battle, I should use something a little more realistic. It turns out the beloved boy of yours was quite brilliant when he puts his mind to it. By my ingenuity, he has been reborn as the core of the great machine ever devised. None but the great Lord Valens van Varo could have conceived such a marvel. And to think that Allie came here to steal the diamond weapon, to save her brother, only to find that he'd already become part of it. Perhaps it wasn't the reunion she envisioned, but I'm sure she was grateful nonetheless. Oh, that might explain why the Overmind activated all by itself. It was clearly an attempt to protect his precious sister. A fascinating anomaly, but I can't stand disobedience.
That such atrocities should continue unabated is proof of the rot that has spread throughout the Empire. Your crimes are an affront not only to Garlemald, but to all of mankind. And now, you will die.
Have you forgotten, Gaius? I've seen your data. I know your every move. Such a pitiful swordsmanship is a relic of the past, just like you. Hmm? What?
Terminus est Croquea Mors!
Ah! But this wasn't in my data!
Yeah, exactly, Kate.
Reactivating synthetic Eorzean system.
This can't be! How is it still functional?
Removing memory inhibitors.
What? What? You? No, stop this at once! Please, let me go! Albert, no! Alfred! Wait, no!
Even the names of those sacrificed in your twisted experiments are beneath your notice. You are beyond redemption.
Who are you to judge me, Gaius? Do you remember the names of the tens of thousands of men and women and children killed for the sake of your conquests?
I do not deny the blood spilled at my behest, nor will I run from my past. That is why I fight, to prevent the wrongs I committed from being repeated.
No! Stop! I beg you! You can't do this to me! I'm better than Gaius! Better than... It can't end this way!
Alphonse. Alphonse, my son, I have failed you. But this is not the end. I will see your dreams fulfilled. This I swear. I ask only that you, Melisandre, Rickon, and Rex watch over me. Father, the memories stored in the diamond weapon. Give them to Ali. Watch over her in my stead. Father, I cannot go on like this. Please. I understand. Thank you. I am proud to call myself your son.
I mean, to an extent, because it has clearly a sense of self, AC, right? It's like it has to do with not just their soul, but like their cognizance, their sense of self, and all those things as well.
I see. We'll remain here until further notice. That was Gaius. Valens Venvar and the Weapon Project are no more. Seizing the opportunity, the Werlyt revolutionaries have taken control of the city. While they still suffered considerable losses, they have at last gained their freedom. And even with the Empire gone, for people like me, life under Imperial rule is all we've ever known. We might never be able to heal the scars left by decades of oppression. While there is hope for those who have survived this ordeal, nothing can bring back the dead. The loss of my wife and daughter left a void in me that can never be filled. In the years since, I have struggled to find purpose, a reason to keep on living. It's the same for Gaius. No matter how hard he tries to make amends, the children he lost are gone forever.
Oh my god, the name of this quest is Duty in the Sky with Diamonds. Fuck me. Oh my god. What an amazing, terrible name.
The recent events in Werlyt have had a profound impact on the lives of many people, but none more so than Allie. She's been in a state of shock ever since she returned. We've even called in Sid to see if he can ascertain what the problem might be. You see, there's a strong possibility that the diamond weapon itself is what caused Allie to close herself off like this, but for the time being, all we can do is wait. Oh, there was one other thing. Evelina came by looking for you earlier, so perhaps you could go see her? Thank you for coming to meet me. I'm glad to see you none the worse for your experiences. Actually, I've been meaning to show you this. Thanks to the Alamegan resistance, the monument to the fallen is complete. Though they may no longer be with us, we'll never forget them. This way they'll always be a part of Turncliffe, and the future generations will be reminded of their sacrifices that were made. You were always so kind to me, and now it's my turn to do the same for others. Evelina is absorbed in prayer. Now would be a good time to return to Severa.
It's very interesting that it bothers it. That was a very interesting. You don't see stuff like that often. Like, why did we need that direction? Why couldn't we just walked away and looked back?
I hope all is well with Evelyn. I hope all is well with Evelina. Actually, while you're speaking with her, I received word that Gaius will be here soon.
I wish to see Allie. Would you send for her?
Could you bring the girl here for us? Thank you.
Allie. Does she even recognize me?
At first we thought the weapon's influence had caused this, but it seems there's more to it than that. The Kyrogens say that this is most likely the result of intense trauma. Her mind has been scarred, perhaps irrevocably.
I feel like whoever wrote this read a lot of Berserk.
She boarded the diamond weapon with the intention of saving her brother. Little did she know that Valens had used the synthetic Eorzean system to transform Alphonse into a living component of the machine.
Then, when she boarded the diamond weapon, she finally learned the horrible truth. I've never heard of anything so cruel. Just a moment. In each of the previous cases, pilots became fused with the weapon's core. So how was Allie able to escape a similar fate? That's one of the many things we're still looking into. There's no need. I already know the answer. It was Alphonse who kept her safe. In the end, I was unable to save your brother, my son. All they wanted was a place to call home, where they could live in peace. But after all the pain and hardship they endured, this is their reward? No, this is not the end of their story. I taught them the strong must lead the weak, but absolute power corrupts absolutely, and those who have suffered at the hands of the corrupt are beyond counting. Alfonso dreamed of a land without oppressors and the oppressed, where all may live as equals. Thanks to his sacrifice and that of his siblings, the cornerstone of such a nation have been laid. Melisandre, Rickon, Rex, Alphonse, and Ali, they risked everything to win the freedom of Werlyt. And now it has come to pass. I will see that their ideals are upheld. This I swear, as their father. The long and arduous process of rebuilding Werlyt has begun. In the days to follow, I shall be working alongside the new government to create a place that people like Ali and Severa would be proud to call home. For so long, all that kept me alive was hate, but the time has come to cast it aside. I'm going with you. I'll only regret it if I don't, and while nothing I do can bring the ones I've lost back at the ones I've lost, I owe it to them to make the most of the life I've been given. Times change, peoples change, and it's just as well. We inventors would soon find ourselves out of work if everyone things stayed the same. If you've a need for my creations, just say the word. You know, Gaius, I could fill a book with all the things I've been meaning to say to you over the years. But what would be the point? What's done is done. There is one thing, though. If anyone can get through to Allie, it's you. She looks up to you the same way I did as a boy. Don't give up on her.
Cheers, Misako! I mean, we're going to be wrapping up here in a sec, so... V, are you around? Or Ray Ray, are you around? I know we're going quite late, but... For all my life, I've been searching for a place in the world. Everywhere I went, I was always on the outside looking in. But I've realized if we can't find one, we just have to make it ourselves. That's what I learned from Gaius' children. Despite everything, they never gave up. And neither will I. For now, at least, my place is at Gaius' side. I'll follow him and see where this journey leads. And before I leave, I wanted to tell you how grateful I am that you chose to stand by us until the end. I hope we meet again one day. Do you want to start doing some of the wrap-up stuff? Just because we have this final cutscene, basically we're good to go. All this time, I have been trying to convince myself that Gaius was every bit the villain I imagined him to be. The ruthless subjugator of nations, evil made flesh. And while many who fight under the banner of Garlemald are all that and worse, I realize now that Gaius was driven by his own notions of right and wrong, misguided as they were. Since then, he has turned his back on the Empire and its hateful doctrine. His guilt and anguish only strengthen his resolve. The day I spared his life, he was given a second chance to set right the wrongs he'd committed, to become the man his children believed him to be. I was a father once, a husband in many ways. I still am. And even though they are no longer with me, I want to be someone they would be proud of. Now I too have been given a chance to make a difference in a land far from home. I'll never forget my past, but neither will I be beholden to it. When I meet the people of Werlyt, I will be sure to tell the tale of your bravery and compassion. May it grant them the strength to face the struggles ahead. Pray, go in peace, my friend.
Though we were brought together under strange circumstances, Werlyt, Vera, and I will continue to work together, at least for the foreseeable future. Well, here they are.
And who might these charming young men be?
They were found in the 7th Legion's headquarters, in one of the few areas that escaped unscathed following the Diamond Weapons rampage. Perhaps that was Alphonse's intention. Do not be afraid, we mean you no harm.
Yeah, good to see you. Glad to have you.
That thing on your forehead.
My name is Gaius Baelsar, and like Valens von Varro, I was once a legatus of the Garlean Empire. Though I believed I was fighting for a just cause, my conquest came at a terrible cost. Pray, forgive me. I do not mean to scare you. If you would lend me your ears, I have a story to tell you. A group of courageous young men and women, not so different from yourselves, stood up to protect the people from tyranny of the Empire. They fought with everything they had, and finally, victory was theirs. But it came at a terrible price. As their father, I still struggle to come to terms with their sacrifice, and yet they have entrusted the future onto me, and I will stop at nothing to see their dream fulfilled. Even so, there is only so much one old soldier can achieve by himself. I would be honored to have your support in the days to come.
At ease, lads. He's not as scary as he looks. And if he steps out of line, he'll have me to answer to.
Though they were fortunate enough to escape the destruction of the castrum, they may have been injured while fleeing. Have the Eorzeans look them over and find a place for them to stay.
Thank you, V. Oh my god.
It seems the time has come for us to go our separate ways once more. I myself can scarcely believe that we were once bitter adversaries. My encounters with you have led me to question the very ideals I swore to uphold. What is strength? What is weakness? If those who grasp the reins of power are said to be the strong, then those who lack such power must therefore be the weak. For better or worse, however, we are far more complex creatures than that. I see now that true strength is not granted by others, but resides within us. Strength of character, of spirit, of resolve. Therein lies the power to cast off the shackles of oppression, to overcome any adversity, to stand firm in the face of impossible odds. That is the strength you possess. May it never leave you. It seems all I will have to summon, all the resolve I can muster if I am to keep my promise to Alphonse. The process of establishing the independent governance of Werlyt is underway, and I will do all in my power to see it become everything my children dreamed of and more. For the immediate future, we shall continue to work closely with the Alamegan resistance, whose role in the revolution cannot be understated. That reminds me, if you're passing by Porta Praetoria, the soldiers stationed there wish to hear your version of events. Please, give them my regards. I hope that when our paths cross again, I will have glad tidings to share with you. Until next we meet.
Is the final quest a post quest, or do you get it after turning this in? I wonder, like the final little cutscene.
Welcome back, Elio. Congratulations on another hard-earned victory. Ever since we first heard the news, I've been dying to hear exactly how it all unfolded. So what can you tell me about this diamond weapon? So you know how the others went? Uh-huh. Like that. Oh, you don't say. By Ralger's beard, even for the Empire, that must be a new low. Those poor orphans. I can only pray the citizens of Werlyt are able to enjoy a freedom that Gaius' words gave their lives for. At the very least, we need no longer live in fear of the monstrous creations birthed by the Weapons Project. So add your account to our official report. Finally, on behalf of the Alamigan Resistance and the whole of Eorzean, for that matter, allow me to express my heartfelt gratitude. Thank you. Is it gonna cut to it at the end? Yeah, okay, here we go. Father, the memories stored in the diamond weapon. Give them to Ali. See, okay, maybe what would make something synthetic Orsite is it's a machine, but it can contain all the things that Orsite can contain, like Aether or memories or... The first time they met Gaius. What? The memory of her friend. Melisandre. Why did her hair get darker as she went up? Melisandre's like hair as a kid is like white, but then when she's an adult, it's like red. Then with Nero. Julia. Olivia. Julia. Murtaten. Projections from within the synthetic Orsite.
These are his memories. Their memories.
You don't want to live in a world without you. That's why I'm going with you. No, not yet, Ali. Now is not your time. Father still needs you. Please, take care of him in our place. And if you're worried about Alphonse, don't be. He's got us for company.
We want you to see this new world for yourself. We will be forever by your side, Ali.
I'm the only one left. But I'll never be alone. Father.
Well, no, because Rex and Rickon flipped. So Rex and Rickon were supposed to pilot the corresponding ones, but they flopped. So like Rex's hair was blue and Rickon's was green, but Rex ends up on Emerald and Rickon ends up on Sapphire. Oh, is that... Oh, interesting. They used Finn for that weapon quest line. I don't feel like they don't... Is that even used for anything other than expansions? That was fascinating. Okay, real quick.
I have to say that the most exhilarating battle I never dreamed that I would have ever a chance to see such a ferocious war machina with my own eyes. You might find it odd that the citizen of Eorzea would be so excited by something sent by the Garleans to slaughter us in our thousands, but as an avid follower of all things gigantic and mechanical, I just can't help myself. Oh, to be able to pilot such a majestic creation! Perhaps I should defect to the Empire and offer my services. Ever since the time of the original Ultima weapon, I've fallen in love with its fusion of Allegan and Garlean design. It takes my breath away. So much so that I used to spare moments at the Ironworks to develop a line of miniatures. And now your recently vanquished foe shall be the inspiration for my next endeavor. Would you do me a favor of casting your gaze across the pieces on my table?
Oh wow, those two both are just really aggro. If that's what it will take to get you to stop talking to me.
Did you say something? Whatever it was, I'm sure you were offering heartfelt words of encouragement. It's the support of fans such as yourself that makes this such a worthwhile hobby. I'm proud to say that the work adores the home of many like-minded Machina lovers. The Ultima weapon and the Magitech Reaper miniatures, to name but two of my creations, are especially popular. Of course, I would be much of an engineer if I only made inanimate ornaments. Behold, I have restored an Allegan relic. I added a few flourishes of my own and dubbed it the real virtuality combat simulation experience. By feeding it various pieces of data, such as the images of my replicas and so on, it's able to recreate a range of combat scenarios. For research purposes, of course. Not entertainment, oh no. I can see you're practically champing at the bit to give it a try. There's no stopping your intrepid adventure types. It won't be long until my latest work is complete. All that remains are one of two final adjustments, so don't go anywhere.
And honestly, we're gonna call it there. I'm gonna teleport back to the lower decks. Or the upper decks. This music is getting me as my text my dad about the dog in and out of context feels are slapped. Yeah. The questline was extremely sad, so of course EX unlocks from an unhinged goofy guy. It's all about balance. It's all about balance. This guy is supposed to be a mecha otaku? Yes. Okay, guys. We're gonna call it there for tonight. Man, we went fucking 5 hours. What a good run. Tomorrow I'm thinking Bosnia. I think we start Bosnia. I don't think we won't finish Bosnia, but I think well, or do we do Bosnia Monday, Tuesday next week? Oh, that's tough. I'll let you. We'll see tomorrow. Because we don't have Alliance Raid left. We don't have. I mean, the main thing I guess would be to start 5.4, maybe. I don't know. We'll see. I do like how Gaius is more fatherly after this questline, like meeting him last year at Attack and Shuntide. Yeah. But yeah, it was very good. That was a very good time. Thank you so much for joining in. Friendly reminder, Monday and Tuesday we do the streams. Wednesday we do new videos come out. On Thursday, me and Aniri play the original Final Fantasy games. We're currently finishing up Final Fantasy III. On Fridays, we're going to start doing our music stream. So I'm going to be doing the stream where we talk about, like go through each expansion and figure out what the musical themes and where the songs are used and what the musical themes that each one has in them are. So like, you know, when it uses parts of Heaven's Word. And stuff like that. We went through Heaven's Word for the first time last time, but this time I think we're gonna do. We're either gonna go to Stormblood or we'll go back through Realm Reborn. Realm Reborn's long, so we'll see. Saturday we have community events. This community event is going to be. It's not Tombstone, I believe, because yeah, Tombstone April 24th. Actually, wait. No, that would be next Tuesday, right? 3 + 4. Yeah, so this Saturday will maybe either be blue, or if anybody else has a specific thing they want to do, we'll do that. Maybe Gwib farming or something. If you like events, don't forget to join the Discord at discord.com, discord.gg/Eorzean archives. Yeah. If you want to support us, you can go over to Patreon, give us a couple of dollars, get your name in the banner above my head, as well as you'll get a color tag for the Discord. And it just goes a long way towards making this whole thing way more sustainable. I hope everyone has a great day. Yeah, I hope you have a great day too, Desberry. Thanks for stream. It was fun and emotional. Isn't that what you want out of Final Fantasy XIV? But yeah, unless anyone has any final thoughts, I think we'll call it there. I hope you all have a wonderful evening. And yeah, cheers.